There we go. Apparently my voice wasn't coming through. So I was just saying the aftermarket was poop. So hopefully we get a good kick in the morning because it's just been neutral. If we get a good kick in the morning, it might. Oh, GME's starting off good. We might get a bit of a run up. We are overdue for some upwards action. So um, once we get, the stars align, if you will, we should take off either today or tomorrow. So we'll see. As long as nothing bad happens in the news. What's our volume? I think our volume's pretty low, right? Yeah, our volume's less than 1 million. It's going to be a paint drying day again. Actually, it's going to be worse than yesterday. Yeah, GME's got good volume. I think they usually open around 400K or so. We usually open between 1 to 3 million, and on a really high day, we'll open at like 5 million. Crickets. Okay, so this is essentially a low volume sell-off. Yeah, these are really small. Hopefully no one gets spooked. Yeah, that's only 6 on the volume. That's like less volume than we closed yesterday. Thanks for the likes. And enjoy work. Don't think you'll be missing too much today. Yeah, the volume is still picking up. Still quite low. I think when the volume really picks up, it's going to be a buy order. But I'm hoping we don't trigger a panic before then. Last thing we need is a panic. Because, oh no, we've lost so much, but the volume's really low. But the retail investors that are new don't look at the volume, they just look at the price. Luckily, those people also don't generally have a lot of money. Yeah, volume's still slow. We're moving about 3K a second. That was 100K. That was 300K, 400, 200, 100. Okay, we're starting to pick up. 2, 3, 4. And now we're back to slow. So maybe about 10,000 a second to 1,000. Or sorry, to 100. So I'm just watching that key stat volume right now. Keeping an eye on things. Since we're so low volume and my volume's not an accurate number, I'll be just checking that one. It updates every second, so if it doesn't move, then there was no trades at 60. Or, no, 1,000 milliseconds, I guess. Yeah, like that. Come on, volume. Slowing down. Oh. Had to sneeze there. Usually a robot's very good at keeping it exactly at a price. Hmm. So it's usually like a ceiling or a floor. It won't let anybody get through. Or if you do get through, it's super temporary. So you can kind of see there's a flat bottom for like the last 10 minutes. So that could be someone buying up and keeping it afloat. But if that's the case, the robot should carry over to today. Unless I guess they bought all the crap they need. Hey, that's good. Yeah, I was thinking of actually Interactive Brokers apparently now supports Canadian dollars, and that's new. I haven't checked Interactive Brokers in about 3 years, but I might transfer everything out of TD and go to Interactive Brokers. I fucking love their stuff. Super fast executions. Their chart system's great. It's nice. Their cost for margin is 0.5% if you have like probably $1 million, up to I think their total cost is 2.5, where a bank will charge you 4% for margin. So it's like, man, you're just printing money at that point. Mm. I think we're doing okay. It's all really low volume, but it's very steady volume. Steady low volume. I think we're going to have probably a breakout upwards. We're just getting rid of the morning pressures. The Nasdaq's improved about 0.10%, S&P 0.3, and I think the Dow's improved. I can't remember the original percentage. Yeah, they're all going up now, except for the Nasdaq. The Nasdaq's kind of fucked. But then that's expected, right? We'll need about 2 more days to recover from Mr. Huang's $80 billion hole in the ground and Credit Suisse and friends. Yeah. So right now we're channeling down, but I think the chance of panic is over, so we should be looking at a breakout real soon. There's just a little bit of oversell in the morning. Oh yeah, look at it. GME's at 7.4%. Good call. It's funny how I can look at something and completely miss something at the same time. It's like I'm looking at the watch list, but I didn't even see the 7.4. But it's interesting how your brain does that. But if I noticed it all the time, I'd probably burn out because it's always flashing and moving, so the brain just completely ignores it. Yeah, so it's doing good. So they didn't have as much negative pressure, so they broke out early, and I think we're going to do the same thing. We just got to get ahead of this, and then we'll have a breakout like right now. And then the Dow's gone back to crap. Yeah. Holy fuck, it's up another 23%. Oh, that's yesterday. I was like, Jesus, it's delayed. Okay. Yeah, it'll probably be red today just because if it goes up 23%, the daily traders are going to come and take some profit, reduce their position, and then buy back in. Or call it quits or whatever. Yeah. Oof. GME's at 10%. That is definitely ripping now. So once it broke this guy, yeah, so basically it broke both of these at the same time. Now it's going to have a lot of trouble here though. So it's going to slow down, but yeah, basically they got over these peaks, so they get a free, run from here to here basically. And then you have a free run from basically where they were to about here. You might get some stops on these guys, which, yeah, that's where they stopped. Not bad. That is retard power. Look at the volume too. Yeah, their volume's decent. Started off pretty crap and then they just started dumping money. Hey, same with us. Nice. Well, I don't know what's going on, but thanks. Maybe people responding to the news of the mask ending. Sure. But I can already guess what he's gonna say, right? He's just gonna say that, it's a worthless stock and it's worth $1. And maybe in the ultra long term he's right, but in the short term he's definitely wrong. Yeah, most analysts are saying about $5 now. It previously was 1 to 5. Now they're saying like 3, 5. But analysts usually predict a year into the future or 6 months into the future. So they're not predicting it should be $6 now. It's going to be $6 in December. But stocks trade on a multiple, so 6 times 10 is $60. Most stocks trade on like a 20 times multiple, 15 times multiple. So if it's worth $5, then we're looking at a $50 stock or higher in a year's time. So $1 makes sense because $20 by December is reasonable. So yeah, well, that makes sense, right? The company is insolvent. It's not making money, but so was Facebook for 3 years, and so was Google, and so was everyone else, right? So he's not wrong, but he's just making a clickbait title, right? AMC's worth a penny. Come take a look. Well, why didn't he just say $0? They're technically worth negative $6 right now, right? It's this. So that's just clickbait title. The actual price per share right now is I think $6.92. So that guy's technically wrong. They're worth less than a penny. But there's a difference between intrinsic value, what it's actually worth, and its value based on hype and demand and supply and all the other factors that go in. Much like sugar is worth like 0.01 cent, no, 0.001 something cents. It's about a thousandth of a penny for a gram of sugar. And then, what is it? But then when you sell it, and you put a name brand on it and you ship it, it gains all this additional value. So the intrinsic value of sugar is not what you pay for. You pay for the fact that it comes to the store, that it was refined for you, right? So stocks are kind of the same, minus there's no shipping and handling fees. Well, commission kind of is, I guess. So So a multiple is, I don't know if it's estimated. Um, I think it's reverse engineered. So basically, the multiple is a way of expressing how hyped, I guess, a stock is, or how much in demand it is at the very least. So the price, the market capital of a company. So let's say you have a company that trades cows, and it has 100 cows. Each cow is $100, so it has a shit ton of money because I'm not good at math. Then there's the barn, the farmers, whatever. There's you got the baseline of the company. So now let's say that is $1 million. So this company is worth $1 million with all its assets and all that crap. If you go to the stock market and you have 1 million shares, each share would be worth $1. As the company grows, gains more cows, whatever, the share price goes up, reflecting the market capital. But because when you buy a share, you're not buying the company now, you're buying for it in the future. I know he's going to buy 60 cows in the future. So he's going to basically double his cow count and almost double the company value. So I'm going to buy now so that in the future, when the share price goes up, I make money. So it's all the people speculating or investing. Maybe I want to just give him money so that he can buy the cows now. Then I get rich later when he does it, right? Like if you're an investor, that's the mentality. If you're a speculator or a trader, then you're just in it for the cash. You don't give a shit about the company, which is 90% of people. So the multiple represents all the people piling in, all the people wanting to invest that are artificially driving up its true price because the company is worth $1. That's its intrinsic value, if you will. And then the multiple represents the $5, $6, $10 it's trading at. So usually a company trades, somewhere around 15 to 25 times what it's actually worth, air quote. But because companies like Facebook and Google and whatever, you can't quantify what they're worth because the intelligence and the creativity, or Tesla's a good example, they might not have a lot of assets. They're not selling any cars, but the people they have and the technology they have, well, the IPs can be quantified, but it's the future growth, the ability to grow, right? And so that gives them whatever multiple. And that's why high tech companies usually trade like ridiculously high because the growth potential is massive. But anyways, so that's more when you get into like the technicals of math, like doing math against a company, and that's a good thing to do when you're first scoping out a company to make sure it's healthy. But that's really for set it and forget it long-term investing. If you're doing what we're doing, you just want to make sure the company's not going to go under tomorrow because you're watching it daily. That's pretty much all you really care about. And it's good if it has some form of value. Like value in the terms of stock trading means a company that is generally undervalued, not to use the same term, or a company that is at a share price below its intrinsic value. Now, that's really hard to find, but that's when you roll back that multiple, right? So if a company is, worth, let's say, $1 million, and the share price is under that, that's a no-brainer buy, right? Unless the company is going down the drain. So our company's worth negative $6 per share. So if we could get that price, a discount of 6 times, then that would make sense for us to buy. So right now we're at $10 when this company's worth negative $6. We're astronomically higher than where it should be. So if we roll back the multiple is what we have to do here and say, okay, is this company worth, 10 times growth? Is it worth this? Is it worth, what's its future prospects? And so we have to decide the multiple because right now we're probably trading at like I don't know, let's say 100 times multiple, because I don't know how you go from negative to positive. I don't know how that works. So we're trading at like a ridiculous multiple. Um, so you can't really use that metric when the earning per share is negative. Um, so you have to kind of establish a baseline somewhere, which I'm using December as $30. And then you have to constantly reassess. Are they going to make it there? Is this what the market's showing? And if you go with other people's analysis of $1 to $5 intrinsic value per share, even though the financials say it's -6, they're factoring in, I don't know, a 50 times multiple, 100 times multiple. I really don't know the math. And then you have to decide, okay, based on that idea of, they think the share price is, it says -6 on the books. They say 1 to 5. Then you apply the multiple for the hype of the public or whatever, and then off you go. For companies that are positive in revenue, they might show the multiple, and they're just doing the math for you, so you don't have to divide earnings per share against the no, sorry. You're taking the I think it is all the available shares times the current, or no, all the sold shares, the ones that are out, times the current price of the company divided against the market cap, I think. And then that tells you how many times you're away from the intrinsic value of the company. But anyways, so that's the idea of multiples here. Yeah. They're just a way to explain demand, I guess, is a good word to use. Okay. So that's decent. Nasdaq's leveling out. It's expected we'll probably have 2 more days of red on the market, the broad market, just because of the missing money. It's going to cause a bit of a shakeup. I don't know if it's going to be all red. Jesus, up another 12%. Fucking, this stock's on fire. $50 million in volume too. Holy crap. So they're finally starting off on the wrong foot. They might have a technical breakout. Yeah, they gap down. And if they go a little bit more, they should gap down again. The volume's picked up considerably. So our volume was like sub million, 700 or so on open. But people have finally woken up, I guess. That's good. It's still pretty low volume. We're usually, I think, around 20 million by this point when we hit 10 o'clock. At least it's better than what it was. Yeah. That I think is high. There are 5 million by 10 o'clock, and then if they keep up the rate, they would be another 5 million by 11, and another 5 million by 12, then 1. Yeah, so I think that's on par or slightly high for them. And we are low. We're about half of what we normally are. Yeah. We're not looking too bad. This is just a wiggle. This was a little bit more aggressive than I would have liked, but the volume was decent. This one here was heavier than the other guys, but yeah, like the motion on the chart's bigger than I would like it to be. The volume's actually low, but the this guy here's like no volume, medium volume, no volume, so there wasn't really a lot of commitment on the negative side, which is good. What you don't want to see is commitment like that. Yeah, that's buyers and sellers. That's, yeah, just a volatile day. Now this is fine, because remember we usually have a dip right at 10 o'clock, so this is not much to worry about, right? The volume's still good for the green team, so you just gotta wait this out. Ugh. We just don't want it to trigger a panic. I think you'll see once this starts to show upwards motion, then the volume will come back in droves. People just want easy money, so they're just waiting for the market to run its course. Because we said the same thing when like we had those slow as paint days. We had 2 in a row. We were like, oh my god, it's dead. And then we come back with like triple the volume and we go up 30%. So it's just a matter of waiting it out. So GME's gone down 5%, it looks like, in the last 15 minutes, which isn't too uncommon. They're leveling out though. and everyone else got a little bit more negative. But we might be done with the dip. At least in the next 10 minutes. Just looking at the Reddit chat, and there's a bunch of people trying to break the habit of looking at the stock each day. They're basically, I don't remember the exact term in psychology, but there's a term for stress fatigue. So like when there's a pandemic and you're being warned that you're going to be dead and it's going to hurt you, after a while you become complacent or you stop caring. And it's your body's way of dealing with constant stress. It eventually becomes immune to it. So these people are getting stressed because they're losing money because they don't know, how the stock market works. And so they're like, I gotta stop looking at the ticker. I gotta do more with my life. So they're getting stress fatigue, basically. But man, it's only been like 30 days that they've probably been investing in AMC. If you're already burning out now, good luck. Oh man. You gotta get those diamond hands, you gotta earn them. Good times. Yeah, there's no reason to get stressed. There's nothing you can do about the price. You can't push it up and you can't push it down. So you can only make the best of what's going on. And right now we're not doing that bad. We're neutral to slight decline. It's so much better than where we were 4 days ago. That was not fun. But yeah. No, you got it all wrong. You buy high, sell low. That's how Redditors make money. Or no, it's buy high, sell lower. That's it. Am I doing this right? Ah, man. 5.3. So we've slowing down. So is GME. Hopefully that's not a dead cat bounce. God. Oof, that's quite a sell-off. Oh, at least it stopped. Just seeing like tick, 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 tick. It's like, woof. No fight from the buyers. I mean, I'm sure this is 500 different companies, so I'm sure that there's a lot of
positive and negative going on in the individual stocks, but just see a broad base no, 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 no. Oof. Not good. Okay, we're doing good, and we're doing pretty bad. So this is probably a pennant shape, and this is probably the breakout. Incidentally, it's also the there's also a floor or a ceiling here. Ah. Elon knows what's up. No, officer, it's how high are you? Someone made a robot to go and basically every time it sees rocket emojis, write a large message saying, "To the moon, hold the line, Melvin Capital's building falls over." Someone made a spam bot for AMC hype. That's kind of a smart idea. You could be like, "Where's my AMC Gorilla Gang at?" And then it comes in and it's like, Ooga Booga or whatever an ape says. Oh, I guess it's hoo hoo. That's a common trope for ape noises. Nothing too eventful. So this is coming out of a parabolic shape. Same here. And same here. So if this is the dip, which is not a bad time, we should be seeing our lift. That was a strong buy-in. But we're still teetering down. Could be a W. I mean, it's not too bad. It's still early. Definitely should be showing us green sooner than later, though. Oh. That's probably why we're seeing red right now. So it had a chance to recover here, and it collapsed either on the shoulder or the bottom, depending. Still hasn't gone under the support line here. Not looking good. And same with us. We're looking worse. We had a strong buy-in here. And then sell off. Yeah, got a slow negative downwards pressure for sure. It's probably about this big every minute pushing us down. And then when our sellers are in control, we get something like this. And then the buyers come in and they either destroy it or make it flat. But we are looking at now pretty low volume. We're about half, more than half slower than we were, or a fifth slower than a good day. Ugh. We just need one good push. I don't even look at the price half the time. It's fairly irrelevant. Yeah, all that really matters is the sentiment. And I don't know why everyone's kind of asleep at the helm right now. It'd be kind of awesome if there was some way to get the summary of the volume across the whole market, so you could tell if it's just straight up slow day or you're having a slow day. That would be useful. Because there's no index for volume that I know of. I mean, I guess it should exist somewhere. Well, just make a small purchase and you'll drive our price into oblivion and then buy back in. And then when you buy, it'll go down even more. Oh my god. Sorry for all the headphone noises. I can't sit upright for 8 hours staring at a chart. That'll kill me. I gotta get comfortable so I can endure the pain Olympics here. When we finally get over $14, I'll be able to afford a microphone on a stand. So I don't have to wear these headphones while trying to sleep. I actually watched a stream once when a guy passed out. And like its stream's still running and his head's on the keyboard. And then you come back like 4 hours later and he's still asleep. And it's just him, head on the keyboard. You're like, and it's funny because the chat's just like laughing and joking. And then he finally wakes up. So you go back and like rewind it to when he wakes up and he's like, ugh. And it looks like just in the movies, like when someone's stunned and they wake up, they just kind of like groggy, look around for a few seconds, and then they snap back to reality. But I don't think those people remember that sort of thing. Like the brain's not working at that moment. So for us, it's interesting. Uh, but for them, they just remember waking up versus the grogginess. Yeah, not good. Yeah, someone's putting the gas on AMC in the negative direction. It's relatively low volume. The NASDAQ is going, S&P's going. Oh, something just happened. UK's gone flat. Who announced what? Okay, it stopped. But that was a broad-based sell-off there. Yeah, see? That was fairly coordinated. Okay, not bad. Somebody got spooked. But what does that mean for us? Well, yeah, it's seeing resistance. Still going. Maybe the Suez got blocked again. uh, Man, does Zach just set alerts to come here every time there's a bit of a sell-off? I don't even think he stays. He just shows up and ruins my my viewership numbers. That makes sense. Zach's a short selling hedgy, trying to drive the price down. So that might have a technical breakout. I don't know if that applies to indexes, but not looking good there. It's not looking too bad. We look a lot worse. I don't know if you want to buy. I mean, this is not a bad point. This could be our dip. We tend to have our dip closer to 1030. But the rest of the market is having a stroke. Like, normally the dip is like, yeah, before 1030, see? If we go here, just before 1030, right? And then here, same thing. This one's before 10. And then they had a crash at 11. That's not really the dip. Because that's, what's his face selling off? So there's the dip right just after 10. This one may not count, but again, before 10. So, yeah, it's usually where it is. But AMC tends to be a little later in the, like, if we go back historically. So we have our dip 11, 1030. Where is it? 1030 again? No, 1016. Yeah. Where's the 26th? It just goes 12, 13, 15. There's 26th. And that was 950, 1020, and 1030. But that's a little different. Yeah. So maybe. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. This thing has to get over 1020. There. I made you a nice sign so you can sell your wife. Alright. And then since we don't want to be sexist, then we could do kidney. Kidney for sale. Oh, and liver. Hardly used, good price, top dollar. All right. Yeah. Like new. Oh, it's a 1987 model. I heard they have bad carburetors and the piston's gone. Wow. Just popping them out. One of my favorite quotes, and I can't remember where it's from, is the baby maker's not a clown car. Uh, it's good on so many levels. Don't be jealous, Marshall. You're not missing anything. All he does is post $5. Like literally just $5. And then he tries to defend his point or her point. And then that's it. Oh, yeah, it's going to be a slow day. You could just play along, Marshall, and be like, haha, that's a good one, Zach. And just time it like every couple of moments. I did that once to somebody that blocked me. I just made generic responses, and it worked apparently. You have to read what other people are saying to them, but or actually, I guess I had him blocked as well because I couldn't see. Like, or actually, I guess in this kind of block, when you block somebody, they can't see what you write, so you can't respond to them. Can't remember where that was. So yeah, you can't see them versus the other way around. Oh, I think that was if you remember GameSpy. So basically IRC. But yeah, when someone blocked you, they just became invisible. So I just pretended they were still there. And it drove them nuts. It's just kind of weird. Why, if you want to, well, I guess modern idea of blocking somebody is it gets rid of them out of your face, whereas the old way of blocking somebody is um, they can't contact you directly, but you could still see them, but they're just disabled from interacting with you. Yeah, kind of like a stealth mode. But then they realize that you basically can still see the person, so then you're gonna be tempted to respond to them. Yeah, and then it evolved. We could do a Price is Right. And just be like, all right, let's see where we're going here. Where's the price bet? So we're about to go into a technical breakout. We'll be going over the red on the left and the green in the middle. So this should give us a bit of a boost if we can manage the 3 cents or so. It's true. Everyone has a price. And the price of failure is death. I don't know if I really want to throw shares on someone's wife. Oh, man, the amount of volume today is disturbingly high. No, humans are a depreciating asset unless they're better off dead. And if a person is better off dead, then they are appreciating, I guess. Like, I guess if you're a cemetery owner, humans are an appreciating asset. Yeah, that's got to be a grim industry. You're like just counting down dead people. You're like, okay, we got this many people. Who's next on the block? Ah, Mr. Henderson. Yes, yes, you will join my ranks. Eh, depends. Depends on what you're looking for, right? Yeah. Oh man, we can't get over this stupid little line of scrimmage. This is a depressing stock day. It's like, okay, time for a technical breakout. No, I'm gonna go flat, no volume, give up on life. Horrible. Ah, well done, Howard. You count your riches in laughter. Well, then you're not going to need all this money. Indeed, this is a stick up. And we can laugh about it afterwards. Ha ha ha! I just robbed you. Toodles. Ah, Zach, you said that last time, and we went up 30% the next day. And you miraculously disappeared, Zach. Yeah, except if we wait till December and I say, where are we now? Right? It's all a matter of timing. Yeah, and we're definitely not at $5. Yeah, stock prices tend to go up and down, Zach. I know it's a hard, complicated thought, but yeah, it's kind of how the market works. Ugh. Well, theaters opened, but not to everyone returning. Stimulus did have an impact the first time and second time, but not the third time. I think you got to go to your profile and go to your block list and then knock them out. But you're not missing anything. Again, Zach's just saying $5, $5. Why aren't we at $5? And that the stock sucks. That's pretty much it. Holy crap. How is this a ceiling at $10? Let's hope this isn't a robot. Let's take a look. No. No, we're good for now. So the technical breakout is now 10:03. If we can get to 10:04, we can jump up a couple of cents. I think you got it, Howard. Or he's got a long position in salt. Wow, that was our technical breakout. Zero motion. Yeah, it's going to be as slow as molasses day. So the market recovered. Not bad. So basically there was an overreaction and then a correction. So I don't know what that was, but that was too much too quick. And it was corrected. Same thing. And actually they came back even stronger. But that kind of makes sense. So if you have like a channel like this, if it came back right away, it would be right here. But because time has progressed, so has the lift. So basically it looks like that. So that's pretty good. It means it's still on course. Same thing here, it's still on course. This is just the outlier. That one's not as positive, but it's still on course. And we had the world's worst technical breakout. Holy crap. So these little guys are giving us trouble because we have no volume. Like, rip. I'll have to bust out the lemons early today. Get as much citrus as we can up in his house. There. We'll let the the citrus percolate. Yep. Well, that's why I got on Reddit. It was for the chat, because it's like I gotta waste 8 hours sometimes. So, yeah, get on Reddit. Yeah, we could be at the bottom of a U. That's possible, Tom. You don't really know until it starts forming up the side. Because, you know, until this point, this could be a check mark. We could come out and it'd be a giant V. You know, this could have been a W. So right now we got a small W here, which is good. And then this should be a breakout, a second breakout, because we've gone over the shoulders of the W, which corresponds with this one, which is the shoulder. But man, we are just crap on volume. This ceiling, we're now got a ceiling from here. So now that we tried to hit it, we're getting pushed down. And this guy's not helping either, but more so this guy. It's going to be the problem. So that guy there is going to be trouble. And then this guy here. All right. So that's kind of what we're up to. Trading in these channels for now, unfortunately. So slow. You might be right, Belts. I would like to think that this is our... this was basically our dip. I think this was our lower point. But I want to see more positivity. But if we could just get the volume, this is an easy chart to conquer. So we kind of collapsed on negativity or low volume, but you see the peaks are quite close to each other. And then this one and this one are the same. So once we get over this, we've beaten this one and this one. So there's not a lot of support lines like maybe this one. So we can just go jump, jump, jump. We only have 3 battles we got to fight, if you will. The hardest part was probably here. This crap, and where's the other one? I remember there was a bunch in a row. Oh, and this. So this will be the hardest part here. But since it's relatively fresh, I think we can get through it. But yeah, we'll see. The point being is that we're primed for takeoff. It's just we're stuck here just because of some negativity. But if you do remember, before we had that 30 plus day, the longer we get held down by whatever. As soon as that lifts, we come up flying. So basically, get it while it's cheap. Yeah. There we go. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Yeah, this could be a U shape. I kind of want to just zoom straight out, but it's not going to let me. I guess, there we go. There we go. I wanted to get a little bit of a broader look at this. Yeah, I think we're in a good position. Like, that's easy coast. You know, we can get there before 11:30. Then we can have our breakout at 11:30, and yeah, we're gonna have to get over these guys. But we're gonna need a lot of volume to do that. Actually, that's pretty good. We only have to get over 1060. That gets us over most of it. Not too bad. Sucks that we're down here again. But yeah, major support. At least we're not here. I do not want to be here. That is a grim place. Yeah. Yeah, since we kind of went through all this chop yesterday, and then we just kind of crashed, I think our recovery is just going to zip right up. We just have to get over this, well, these black lines, if you will. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think these are going to give us too much trouble. It's just going to be these tops. Maybe this bottom here, but that's the line. So, yeah. Because that lines up with that, so you kill two birds, and that one, and that one, and that one, and that one, and all of that. So this one's going to be a bit of trouble, this 1018. Yeah. I think we got this. Just give me some volume. So GME is definitely doing okay. So I don't know if it's going to roll yet, but you're definitely going into that. So if it's going to not roll, you might get your U. You also have a W that failed here. And then you have a W that might form. But this guy's a fresh low. He's lower than everything. So I'm more inclined to think you got a U here. You've shook out all the naysayers. So it should be nothing but new higher lows. Yeah. Yeah, because if you would have sold, you would have sold here. Or here, or here, or here. You had plenty of time, so. Should be good. So that gives us approximately 220 by end of day. I don't think it's going to get that high. We'll see. Well, maybe. No, couldn't do it. So I'd probably follow this channel for about till 11, 12, and then it's going to come down. So it's probably not going to make new highs today. It'll probably stop just below 200 unless there's some type of miraculous breakout. What about us? That is a weird fucking shape I haven't seen before. What the fuck? New highs with declining lows. I guess this is almost like stairs, but what a weird shape. And this is a large S pattern, which is fairly negative. So you gapped up, dropped, gapped up, no, dropped, came in here. Yeah, gapped up, gained, lost, gained, gap down, nope, wait, gapped up, went down, stayed down, then went up, then gap down, went up. Yeah, that is pretty weird. Huh. Then crashed it all. Huh. Well, at least we got cell service now. So to answer your question, backstop, yeah, this might have been amplification because of the fear across the market. Like you can see the market's red. So you could either think that, psychologically we're being dragged down, or just because the market is going down, we're being pulled down, whichever way you want to look at it. I don't know if the psychology of the market being red affects us. I don't think our retail investors care that the market is spooked, but we are probably in a lot of portfolios, and that's what's going to hurt us if the market gets spooked. We go down with them, right? Like GME is not in anyone's portfolio, so it's largely immune. Although we did analysis yesterday, and it shows that there is some synergy between the market and GME. They crashed at the same time as that huge sell-off. But that makes sense because GME and AMC are high-risk stocks, so they're the first to get sold whenever there's a major market problem, because those are your risk money. So I think we're doing okay aside from the shit volume. I think Viacon's probably doing great right now because it's a once-in-a-lifetime discount. Yeah, see, it's up 5%. No, the market had to correct because the guy defaulted. but that doesn't make the stock any less valuable. It just means Credit Suisse and whoever are out of money. But what they're worried about is the reverberations. So what is Credit Suisse going to do to recoup that 50 billion that's missing, right? And then what's going to get liquefied, what's going to get thrown under the bus, and so forth and so forth. Oh, definitely the reason the market's red is, yeah, it's the reverberations. So Credit Suisse is now missing 50 billion. Anyone that's invested in Credit Suisse is now missing 50 billion, right? And then it goes on and on and on and on and on. So even though Credit Suisse has nothing to do with these indexes, maybe the Nasdaq, everything relies on everything, right? And the market shows that. So, because there's untold repercussions, but ultimately the market will just bounce right back because what is $50 billion? Absolutely nothing. Not in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, it's all good backstop. At least you know what's going on. Yeah, the markets being red doesn't really affect us too much. It's just something we have to keep in mind throughout the trading day. Oh, come on. There we go. Yeah, because like we are just dead on this line. Killing us. Hmm. That's interesting. One of the price lines goes all the way back to 2017. Neat. So that price line goes all the way to modern day. And it shows up kinda here as well. So it's the support. So that's the 11 line, 1018 line. Or no, that's the 1067 line. Huh. Interesting, interesting. Yeah. Still doing good. So yeah, I think on the longer term scale, yeah, we're just making a U shape. So yeah, I'd like to see green here, but flat isn't bad either. Yeah, I'd prefer it to be quicker. So we had a nice kind of recovery here, which makes this shape. But ultimately, it's now going into this shape. But we probably want it to do something like that, U shape. But we will see. Yeah, and on the micro level, we've just gone sideways. So if this was after 12 o'clock, I'd be a little concerned we're going to roll because the volume is garbage. And yeah, we're starting to curve a little. I'd rather see it go up. Yeah. Yeah, sounds good, Belts. Yeah, just non-existent growth. It's a slow day. Yeah, the volume is even less now. Could probably take a nap. That's my spooky scarecrow. I don't know either, Marshall. Yeah, they're just trying to keep her alive, but it's trending more sideways than it is upwards. I've had to adjust this twice. If it was following this line, we'd see more vertical, but it keeps slowly going this way. So, yeah, slow day. Well, I think I'm going to put myself on mute so you don't keep hearing the headphone noises. And I'll just wait for this to kick off, which should be sometime before 12. It should be soon. If we can't get any height, we're going to go down. But matter of time. Unfortunately, slow day. Yeah. Well, I'm not going anywhere. I'll still be here, but yeah, you just won't hear headphone noises. So if we can get a little bit more steam, this might be where we break out. It's still going slow as molasses, but we might get it. So hopefully we get that in the next 10 minutes or so, I think. We'll see. Yeah. So that was our breakout, but it's moving so slow that we didn't go anywhere. We're just now rolling on the shoulder. As for the withholding money, um, the actual way of transferring money is not instantaneously or instantaneous. Um, so the if you're getting the money instantaneously, it's because that company is loaning you the money. And then what happens is if the clearinghouse fails, then that person that loaned you the money is on the hook, kind of like a bad check. Um, so I guess it's just policy in the States to basically, if you transfer in money, the bank may not do it right away, but it tells the company that they have an IOU. The bank will then give them your money eventually, but the trading company waits for the money to completely be in your bank account so that you don't start gambling with money you don't have and you could potentially lose. It's just like holding a check, really. So, yeah. Well, definitely it's just ones and zeros. Um, but there's a clearinghouse that basically uh, says that this company has it, puts the money in their pocket, then tells you that the money's on the way, then sends the money. But there should be an in between. Now, if you did a wire transfer, the wire transfer company does that pretty instantaneously. But when you're doing like Interact or uh, a money transfer through the bank or something, it's not an actual wire. Um, those ones I think are delayed because they have to go to that company first. And then bank to bank transfers are also delayed because the bank has to pull out your physical money from wherever it is they got it invested, right? And send it over. But usually banks will basically, if you're transferring, let's say like $500, they'll just cover it because there's no point in going and pulling out your investment. But if you tried to transfer, let's say like $10 billion, there would be a delay on that because they'd have to close all the things and find the money. But for trading companies, I think that's just so they can cover their asses. You don't start gambling with money you don't have. And because when you make a trade, that money has to be cleared. You have to send that to the person, right? When you buy a share, you're actually sending money to the market maker. Well, if the money hasn't been cleared, how the hell are you going to send the money? So, okay, so then you're sending the company's money, and then if your money doesn't clear, I'm out, what, millions, thousands, hundreds? So, yeah. Well, if you're asking if today it's going to jump up, I would say medium chance because you can't predict volume. So you can't tell if it's going to be a fast or slow day. Um, right now it's slow, so the likelihood that it'll continue to be slow is moderate. After 12, the likelihood that it'll speed up becomes less and less. But between here and 12-ish, I don't know what's going to happen. If we get the volume, then I think we're going to rock it up. If we don't get the volume, we'll either be flat or slightly down. And we might have momentary drops throughout the day, depending on the broader market. but those can be kind of ignored. We'll quickly erase them when we go up. Yeah, well, a whole bunch of internet nerds not taking no for an answer. Wow, that's kind of makes sense. Yeah, yeah. Swift is the wire, the modern wiring. Yeah, but that cost, I think, minimum $50. Well, we can't make the market do anything it doesn't want to do. Just gonna borrow his eye. I mean, it's still trading normally, but I mean, it took us about an hour to go up 10 cents, and it took us 4 minutes to undo that hour. Oh my god, kill me. But none of this is permanent. This is just the market is blah, and we're waiting for our time in the sun. And when it happens, we'll fly to the moon, or at least the stratosphere. Uh, Just telling a politician that they're silly. I think I need to go get more coffee. This is going to be a long day. Who died? Oh, that's someone's desk. Oh, excuse me. There were so many flowers on the person's desk. I'm like, oh, it's a funeral. No, it's just someone that likes flowers. Oh, apparently somebody's saying sundial is looking like it finally hit the bottom. Huh. Well, that's good for all the people that invested. It's going to take 2 weeks to clear up the backlog in the Suez Canal. Yeah, ships don't move that quick. But that makes sense. Oh, season 2 of The Witcher is coming, and they're going to start on the Wild Hunt. That's good. So a top Twitch streamer has been live for nearly 2 weeks, and every time someone probably gives them money, it goes for 10 more seconds. What a way to farm money, eh? Oh, jeez. Alright, I'm gonna get more coffee since we're gonna probably be trending this channel for another God knows how long. Glad to have you guys all with me today, even though it's not gonna be eventful. But, well, I mean, I could pick up near the end of the day. When we were doing the analysis yesterday, you know, we were looking at maybe near the end of the day or at least in the afternoon that we could kick up. Now we did get this little bit of depression, which kind of sucks, but that doesn't really mean much. It might set us back a day. But we should be good to get into the 1145s pretty soon. Suffice to say, that's going to be a nice upswing for whoever gets that. Alright, I'm going to make some coffee and I'll be back. I'm always watching even if I'm muted here. Just so that, you guys don't have to hear me breathe, eat, cough, all that sort of stuff.
All right. So yeah, question about the second. All right, I'll play with this noise gate later since I can see that it's cutting me out here. Um, so yeah, so on the macro, or depends on what you define as macro, but let's say in the span of a week, 2 weeks, we're looking at like completing a U shape, and we're along the bottom of it. If we go back further, then we're looking at a larger recovery U shape from the last time I looked. Let's see here, F3. Yeah. So, there's not enough data to build a pennant shape. We could be going into a crown. So today would be a continuing low day, and then we'd have a crash 4 days from now or so. Yeah. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it actually would be today or tomorrow would be the crash. If we were doing the crown shape, if we had undue negativity. But as for that, there's no like you go to the 5-year. I could analysis all of this, but essentially you're trending downwards, and there was an amplification of negativity over a short period of time here. But that's all in the past and not very relevant. So now you have this, which was too much, got kicked back. And if we basically build like an MD, a moving average, moving daily average MDA, then you got something kind of going like this, although we haven't done this part yet, right? We're at this part. So I expect us to kind of curve, and then basically the end of COVID will have something like this. But where that point's going to be is unknown. But just by sheer time, we're trending upwards like this over time. So if I, zoom out even more somehow, by this time we should be here. So this chart's going to wiggle and do whatever the hell it does, but we should be here by then. And let's see. So it's 5. This is 10. So at minimum, we should be here by July. 10, 15, 15, and 20. So that's the low estimate. And then this is 20, and this is, or no, wait, this is 20. Then this would be, this is 10, 20, 15 to 25, and 20, 30, 40. Something like that. So our channel is basically somewhere along these lines. Will be that, depending on what you prescribe to. But the long story short is that we can't predict the volume. We can't predict when things are going to happen. I mean, I guess we could maybe predict the end of COVID by doing the math on vaccines and human stupidity and all that sort of stuff. But it's not really worth your time. Not for the amount of money any of us invest. So, but that's where we're headed. So, by this time next year. So, it'll be interesting to see how this. Actually, I could save this. It'll be interesting to see how this chart will come back in 5 months. Save, make a copy. No, this I gotta publish a prediction. Publish an idea. AMC 30 by December. Okay. This is super long term. I love how shorts are red. Yeah. Beyond technical analysis. Private idea. Poop. Okay. So then we'll see where we are. We'll be able to hit play and off it goes. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, simple stuff. But whether or not like we don't know when it's going to do what it's going to do. But the moral of the story is if you invested at any point, in the last so since January, you've made money. Yeah, it's not going to go below January levels of $2. So yeah, I mean, what a steal, eh? Anyone that bought at $2, I mean, it's high risk, but what a steal. They're looking at incredible returns. Let me get the math out on that one. I can't even estimate that. Yeah, 400, 350. So 3.5 times their money. Not bad at all. That's some good ass returns for a few months' work. Not as cool as this bad boy, who just keeps printing money. It's up another 28%. So this guy, my friend told me about him at the start of the year. So they're only up 89% since the start of the year, but since March, they're up 2.8 times your money. It's crazy. And if you invested at the very beginning, you're looking at God knows how much. 11344. So that's 113 times your money. That's just fucking crazy. Oh wait, that's negatives. That is fucking crazy. That would make sense. Where's the zeros? So it would start just above zero, so here. Okay, so 17 times your money, which is awesome. But that's penny stocks for you. It's basically pure gambling. I'm waiting for this baby to go down, but I think I may have missed that boat. But anyways, let's go back to AMC. Our pride and joy. Yeah, so we're definitely, looks like we're going into a pennant shape here, which is probably going to turn into a downwards. Yeah, so whenever you have indecision, which is shown by a stock wiggling up and down and refusing to go anywhere, you generally go into a pennant shape. If not, you basically go into a channel. So to do a pennant shape, you just measure the bottoms, so the nearest bottoms. So right here, there is no nearest bottoms. So this one's no good. So we'll take this guy, or this guy, or this guy, and we'll measure against the first bottom. So there's your thing. And if you're unsure, you can just grab a few more. But when you grab a lower one and you go to a higher one, it's going to make a tighter channel. So you already know that all of these are no good because they're higher. And there's no one lower, so yeah. Now, more likely, this is actually a channel, and the channel extends way out to here. You can see the negative points here, and if I drag this out to here, you have basically the majority of things are in this steep negative channel like that. And channels are easy to spot because you can see a declining or an increasing down or an increasing peak, but they seem to just go up just a bit. So like here, there's a channel, and usually with channels, you stay in them until something suddenly breaks you out. So here, oh my God. Okay, so here you're coming along, and the sudden breakout is basically here, but it fizzled out. So you re-enter the channel, but you went so far that you basically broke out, and then you started another channel along this way, which is basically continues to now, if you will. But yeah, I'm not too pro at detecting channels, if you will, or like not detecting channels, but using them in like day trading. They're just nice to know, but I follow the patterns too closely to really use the channels properly. But yeah, I think we're more into just a downwards channel. So if we combine the technical analysis here, so we're going sideways, and let's say we take this guy here, and we take this guy here, and I'm just going to arbitrarily put a point here, and we take this guy and this guy and this guy. So what this is telling us is like the general feelings of the majority of people are this. This is what people want. They're not trying to, the collective mind is wanting to do that. So as long as we're following the collective mind, everything is normal and will continue. So then this gives us a heads up when to start looking around for changes. Now, if we were day trading actively right now, we would also not be betting that it's going to go up anytime soon. So then we could make a short till about 1:30 in the afternoon here, where my cursor is. Then there's probably a chance, because if it goes sideways, it's going to hit all those yellow lines and probably then bust out or bust down. So anyways, yeah, we could be doing a mega pennant, like from way out here, or go out even further, like, because this looks like a pennant shape, right? But the fact that we kind of have a bottom here at 10 is really just kind of turning this into like a wedge. So basically it's saying what we already know, that there's indecision. So we're slowly draining, but there's no decision of which direction it needs to go. So over time, as we slowly drain, this is what happens. And if it was constant, it would be a diagonal, right? But it's not. So it's like, but it's just a constant drain. Then we're going to get to a point where obviously the buyers say 10. They want it higher than 10. 10 is valuable. But they need to make that decision. Are they going to keep keeping it up, or is it going to fall through? and that's where we are right now. And then of course, if there's a heavy sell-off, they might push through 10, which is what you see here. And over here, and these ones were okay. That one over there. So that's kind of the psychology we're dealing with right now. So there's the end of the wedge. It was basically the same place. So if we look at the 1 month, I just drew it by hand. It comes in pretty much the same spot. So more of the same. Testing. Not bad. Okay, there's a little bit of chop, but that should do for the noise gate. Now I can breathe again. Man, it's really hard to suppress breathing. Eight hours of shallow breathing is pretty brutal. Normally I just do push to talk, but because I'm on a couch, I'm sitting in a living room right now with like a 4K monitor, a 28 4K on a coffee table to the left of me, and then I have a 65-inch OLED running TV in front of me. But yeah, that's my setup at the moment. So normally, if I'm gaming, I got my hand on the mouse. It's easy to push to talk, but not in this case. You got a job request at GameStop? Nice. And what for? Is this for cashier? Oh, nice. Yeah. Now, Dynamics 365, is that Microsoft? Microsoft Dynamics? Yeah, okay. So basic stuff. But yeah, that's good. It just means they're going to modernize from garbage to something off the shelf, less garbage. But they really should be doing SAP fully integrated SAP. Yeah, because Dynamics is Microsoft Project and an SAP variant, right? Merged together. It's the family of like business analytical tools. Mm. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah. So instead of competing with SAP, which actually does, SAP also has business analytics, but they're not going to compete, I guess, with the point of sale lock-in. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I haven't researched it in a long time, but at least okay, I'm semi right. Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, it's good to, refresh your knowledge on things. There's way too many things you have to remember in this bloody world. It's Stacy. Yeah. Well, to me, like I do work with the government, and any government group that doesn't use SAP and has like sales, I'm very leery of them because it's like, to me, SAP is like the first thing you would integrate if you're going to do any type of volume-based sales or triaging. So it's like, if you don't have that, then you have a really good project manager and kind of a team. But then if you have that, that means A, you're either wasting money, or B, you're doing something that's not common for government, which is having skilled individuals. So likely what's going to happen is you have a project manager that blows, and here we are, right? So immediately it makes me leery when they're doing everything by hand, basically. Yeah, which, as you just pointed out, GameStop probably is. Sucks. Yeah. Well, back in the heyday, like when my dad was going into tech, Cisco, Oracle, and all those, like having a certification in those made you like top shit, you know? Um, but nowadays it's like, oh, cool, you're using Oracle. There's like 1.5 million other choices, and it's just not, um, it's not like it used to be. I remember people would fight over getting IBM certifications. Now it's like I don't even want to be certified by IBM. It would be like a stain on my record. It's like, God, I don't want to be associated with anything IBM does. It's all so bad. It's interesting. Yeah, yeah. It's funny how the world changes so quickly. Yeah, yeah. So I guess in some indirect way, a psychologist would say I'm rebelling against the institutions of old, but instead of sticking it to the I don't know, what would you do in the 80s? Sticking it to the military and the government. I'm sticking it to big corporations that monopolize the 90s. And not directly, but basically their ways are old and outdated, right? So, yeah, it's pretty cool. Yep, yep. Well, that's cool to know, though. That's I don't know if it's still enough to warrant $188, but at least it warrants them not circling the drain, I guess. Yeah. Well, yeah, IBM is modernized a lot. Like I use IBM in my real job, and but it's so much bloatware. Like the stuff that IBM makes is for like GE and large scale manufacturing, Toyotas. Like they are more for waterfall process. Things are circular. Construction has a start, a finish, a middle. What software programming, you're dealing with creativity. And yeah, there's a start and there's a finish, but how you get there is anyone's game, right? Whereas construction, it's like just do it. Get a hammer and friggin' do it. There's no guessing. You can't guess actually if the building falls down. So yeah. So it doesn't quite work. So yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, I'm using IBM's rational team concert tools, which is like their cutting edge Scrum tools, and GitHub's better than them. I can do more work on GitHub than I can in this like multi-million-dollar IBM tool. It's so stupid. Yeah, Agile's all the craze now, but it allows them to micromanage. It's why Agile's popular. It's flexible and it allows for micromanaging, and it readily identifies laggards, people that are just there for a paycheck, seat warmers. So they like it. But I think eventually Agile's going to burn out, because when you have a not so well functioning team, then Agile ends up eating up time. Or if you have a large team, like if you have to sit in a room and listen to 30 people tell you what they're doing, right? Then all of a sudden that's 30 times 2 to 5 minutes. So you're there for like an hour just listening to everyone's status updates, right? And their status updates may have zero relevance on your work, right? And so, yeah, it's all just kind of dumb in the long run. But it's better than what we had. So it's the best way to go so far. Yeah. And yeah, you got it, Tom. That's how most businesses do it. I like, for my management style, I'm very hands-on. I like how like the U.S. military does leadership. So you clarify the problem, you make it life or death, yes or no. You analyze it till it's clear, and then you go out and beat the shit out of it with everything you got. Unless that costs too much money, then you beat it with half your shit, because it's too much money to just blow it into oblivion. But it's simplistic, it works, and you have buy-in from the soldiers because they don't want to die, right? And that's key, because morale is key, and businesses have horrible morale because they just do it because that's what they got to do to make money. But a worker, is not a machine. It needs to be motivated. So, and a soldier is also not a machine. He needs to be motivated not to friggin' die or get murdered, right? So, or be motivated to, potentially get murdered. So yeah, anyways, so I draw a lot of inspiration from the U.S. military management style. It's very good. Yeah, so it's good stuff. And Agile works there. They're very agile. You see a problem, a tank appears, okay? So instead of waiting 10 hours to respond to the tank, you immediately respond to the tank with your immediate resources. But then you have things cooking in the background, like air support's coming, helicopters are on standby. So then they get added. So you're adding resources to the conflict. And then your soldiers that are dealing with the tank are probably going to get killed. So you retreat them, but they immediately triage the problem, hold it in place, and then the proper solution could be applied immediately afterwards. And business is so slow that the problem comes, goes, and everyone is dead by the time a business usually realizes what the hell's happened. So anyways, it's my day job just kills me how slow they are. Like they just can't react to change, and it just kills me. But yeah, well, that's the biggest complaint at my workplace, is that basically you're always in meetings, and then it's like, well, can you just send an email? Like, if you're trying to fight a war, do you want to just stand around and talk to your lieutenants all day? No, just give me a status report. Mission's complete. That's all I need, right? So why do I need a meeting every 10 minutes, right? But they have bigger problems, which is the lieutenant's not doing what he says he's going to do, and the lieutenant is wasting resources, or we can't trust him to complete the mission, so we have to keep watching him, and that means we have to have a meeting for everyone, but it's really just for him, kind of deal, right? But that speaks to bigger problems,
which is, appointing leaders that aren't good leaders, morale issues. And Agile kind of fixes that by forcing that guy to confess every day what he's doing. So when he says the same thing over and over again, then you go, well, Billy, you've been doing the same thing for a week, versus leaving it for a month and then finding out a month later that he didn't do anything. But that's a whole bigger can of worms. But yeah, anyways, it's kind of cool. Yeah. Yeah. And there's that too, backstop. So everyone has solutions, but no one wants to do them, right? Well, we got to go fight a war. Well, you guys have fun. But again, you got seat warmers, right? They're all burned out. There's no motivation, right? And that's really the big kicker. But if you ever get on a team that's highly motivated, holy shit, is it something? I had a team for about, oh god, it was in college, so I guess I had them for 4 months, and holy crap, it was like, I can barely do math, I can barely add, do arithmetic, and all that. So the other guy does the math, right? I'm very creative, and I can see patterns and all this other stuff, right? So a problem comes in. The second it comes in, we immediately triage it. We start attacking it. I'm making up creative solutions. The guy's crunching the numbers. My other two guys are like, one is just running food, coffee, or grabbing something. The other guy's writing code. Then this guy's doing graphics. But you're basically, everyone's attacking the same problem, but each person goes after it. He delays the tank, he fires the rocket. Versus modern business where it's, okay, you're going to drive the tank and he's going to drive the airplane. It's all individuals in the same battle. But in this, it's a team attacking a single problem as a squad. And holy crap, the amount of work we produced. I've done more work in 4 months than I did like in an entire career. And high functioning teams are amazing. When people want to work, they want to do well, and they're on the same page as you. My God, that was like the best moments of my life. But I can't convince any business I've worked for that they need to, unfuck themselves, and because they just see it as like, oh, that's 4 times the labor, but they don't see the speed increase, right? So whatever, and the morale increase. Your squad's the best in the whole department. You're kicking everyone's ass. Like there's a lot of motivation, right? But if you're kicking everyone's ass, well, you're just a brown noser, right? So yeah. Anyways, an interesting conversation. Yeah, yeah, but yeah, that did bring back a good memory. I completely forgot about that. Fuck, that was so good. I think we got an A+ on that midterm. 40% of our mark, and we got an A+. But we basically did like we won because we beat them with quantity. We basically wrote years worth of code in months. So part of it was quality, but most of it was quantity. um, but damn, forget what we made. Oh yeah, that was our first video game because I went for game design, so video game design, and we made a 2D side scroller bombing game. So you have tanks come up on the bottom of the screen and you bomb them while dodging missiles and flak cannons. Super easy, but first year students, it was something we could do, and we just had to just attack it, right? So yeah, that was fun. Geez, that's a long time ago. 12 years. And the language was C++. And then eventually we got into C# for XNA and Xbox. Xbox is C#. But C++, the world runs on it. But nowadays the web languages are becoming more popular. And that's just because everything's a web service nowadays. Yeah. Oh yeah, and I did all the documentation. I was very good at, and I still am, writing reports and building documents and all that. So I did all the documentation, all the paperwork. Yeah. Yeah, man. So good. But if you read any books from high-end management, they all advocate for functional teams. But when businesses implement functional teams, they don't implement them as a five-man squad. They implement it as five individuals loosely coupled together on a larger objective, and they lose sight of, you know, what a squad's like. And you need to eat, breathe, and live together, essentially. And you got to build camaraderie, and you got to build a sense of identity. And you can't do that in a business that treats human like a commodity or a resource. And as much as the military does treat, a soldier as a resource, um, they realize if they're going to get them to fight for all that they're worth, you can't treat them like crap. You have to at least make them feel like they're doing something important. Then treat them like crap. Which is why I'm not a soldier. But I do enjoy warfare, and I do love the grand spirit of military command structure. It's definitely years and years and years of refinement into that, and conflict is often very simple: either do or die, right? Just like stock trading, you either buy or sell, you make money or lose money. There's no real gray area, so it's a lot simpler than trying to fix something like poverty, like we were talking about the other day. Jeez, this thing has barely budged. Oh, sweet. I have 2 more weeks of Snowpiercer to watch. Yay! Oh, maybe I've already watched this one. It just didn't record because, Netflix, that old chestnut.
Oh, it looks like a new episode. I'll watch it later when I can have sound. Slight gain here. Let's see how everyone else is doing since it's been a while. Still trending. Flat, flat, flat. And it closed high. Closed high. This one's just printing money. Sad pandas. Jeez. Well, we're getting to the decision point. But, yeah, we're going quite horizontal. The good news is we're not making new lows. So we're going like almost literally horizontal. We're getting declining highs, but our lows are not really happening. There was a drop here, but if you ignore that, it's going up. So we might actually get a breakout. Hard to tell, but maybe, just maybe. If we were getting declining lows, I'd be concerned we'd just basically break out the bottom, wherever the bottom may be on this pennant shape. Okay, charge up the phone. All right, we might have something exciting in the next 10-20 minutes. Is that a quote from Wonder Woman? Is this a song? This might be it. Hard to tell. Might be it. We'll know as soon as it gets over the mountains on the left. Or if it like triples in size. This might be our breakout. Oh man, it's gonna be a long day. I was hoping that it would burst through right there, but oy, that's our volume. Oof. So we're just about 1 o'clock, and our volume is what we normally have at 10 o'clock. Yikes.
Well, at least it's not that one day we finished at 30 million at end of day. That was painful. We're at least getting some volume. And we're not blood red, so that's not bad. Could be worse. Could be a lot worse. So this might be the breakout now. If it can get over this guy, then it'll get a boost, which will get him over the other stick directly to its left. And then if it gets over both of those, then it will clear this guy and this guy. And then this guy's just a short jump, and then off we go. A lot of chop here, but this should do it. If you can get past this line, then it should just be a jump. Well, actually, that's only 1 cent. So he just needs 1, 2, 3 cents to come flying out of this. Now, Thaddeus is on the Reddit chat, chatting up a storm. Oh boy. Okay, can we do it this time? Come on, just give us the breakout. GME's just putting along. So they've tilted a little bit more downwards. And we're just a dead horse. All right, 1 more cent. This is the slowest race I've ever seen, but you can do it. Man, it's like 0 shares are being traded. Here, have a lemon. Maybe that's what you need. Come on. There you go. Let me help you out. I'll give you wings. Little angel wings. Okay. Now you want to go this way. Let me help you with some arrows. That's the way. I'll get a lemon to help push. Alright. Go for it. Do it. Next target is 3 cents. 3 more cents. Miss the good old days when we used to fly around by the dollars. Those were good days. Well, that was super uneventful. I try supporting it with some type of bridge structure. Every Western movie, you gotta have a barrel of TNT under every bridge. Guess you could throw a TNT in a barrel. I mean, a dynamite stick is just paper wrap TNT. Why not barrel wrap TNT? That's a large increase in volume in this cell. It's only 4. Oh, a lot of that was buyers. We're now back to $10. Actually, volume's kicked up considerably. Buyers and sellers are going at it. The market's been going down for 12 56. Might be recovering now. Okay, so if that was our breakout, we're now back in channel, which means we'll be up for another breakout. So if I remove all of this, basically looking at something here. Oh, see what happens. Let's try to convince it to go up. Look at all the beneficial up arrows. This way. Girls. Sure that'll work. Since earlier trying to sell a wife didn't help the stock. Oh, GME spiked. 13 times the volume. It went from 100 to 1,300. It's still about double the volume of previous spikes. It's pretty good. Yeah, GME's gonna probably go for a technical breakout. At the very least, it looks like it's gonna do a channel breakout, which means you'll get a longer line in a second. Let's see here. Maybe not. Maybe it already did. I mean, this is about right. So right now it's hit the side of the channel wall basically. Yeah, or the channel wall is just slightly up. But if I take the midpoint of these two, this would be like the roof, and then the bottom is down here. So the bottom is this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. So this guy's kind of an outlier. This guy matches the other guy, so I'll just kind of hedge between the two. Yeah. It's kind of the channel. This one's coming to a point, so it's not exactly right. You could argue that this should probably be adjusted because I'm using data that is what is it? This is the result, but it doesn't show the extremes of the channel, right? So if you measure bottom to bottom, then you end up getting a weird result. So you have to kind of play with it. But it shows the general trend, channeling upwards. And we should see a breakout somewhere where this is. And actually, now that I look at it, there's a short-term pendant here, or pennant, which was probably this. I mean, it's hard to see, but essentially. So whenever you have that indecision, it usually comes to a point and breaks out. But this doesn't have a large stick. But if you merge these two together, you essentially have your pennant shape. Yeah. And you could even take it from a larger, but of course hindsight's 2020. There's no way, there was no data points to say, could have tried to build a pennant shape, but I think you have basically a channel, then a channel, and then a pennant, then a breakout. And yeah, this is now confirming that there's some type of support right here, which is most likely, right here. Right here is going to be, just like here, 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 right? And then it became a support here. Yeah. Okay, so realistically, that's quite healthy. This was just too much too quick. Still on the exact same trend it was from basically back here. So this, it lifted up, but it's basically been following this line, right? There. Same thing. If we simplify the chart, and that's good because it didn't make new lows. So, yeah, it's just getting tighter because of the indecision in the markets. So that's good. Then with us, we basically did this, but realistically, that could be more averaged out to like that or like that. And this could be just removed as fluff. Well, technically, all of this could be removed as fluff because we came back down to here. This is core. But that makes sense because 10 is a psychological number. It sucks we can't get out of this damn hole. Been here for 2 days. Our breakout faltered. Wonder if we got a robot here. It looks kind of blocky because we're so zoomed in and it's trading on the pennies. But it doesn't look like we're being artificially held. Just trading within 3 cents. Which is really annoying. like watching snow melt. The whole market is pretty much sideways. Yeah. Didn't miss much. It's just going sideways. I was hoping there'd be some signals on the market, but it looks like everyone's just holding their breath, waiting for the bad to come or for it to go away. Trade's got a frontline post on AMC. That sucks. He's gonna get a huge boost for that. But apparently everyone's wondering where he went. He hasn't posted in a few days. Looks like short selling has increased for today on AMC. Probably explains why we can't get any height. Now it's probably going to be who gives up first. I'm just, yeah. Well, I don't think we'll be like this for much longer. The question is, are we going to go up or down? It's still better than going down. Oh, it's just a long boat sideways. Oh. It's the problem with stop losses, right? I don't know if we're going to go down to like we're most definitely not going to go down to 5, but whether or not we'll dip into the 8s. But that's quite a big sell-off. Like, we'd have to have a market crash for that. And I don't think we're having a market crash. And we have $50 billion that needs to be accounted for on the market. Citadel got dinged with a margin call. 2 hedge funds went under. It's like, it's just hesitation. We're coming out of a pandemic. So if the market was going to crash, it would have been pre-pandemic or during the pandemic. And these businesses that have crashed are all short selling, right? They're all betting on everyone going down. And so then when they're wrong, because we're coming out of the pandemic earlier than they expected or whatever, they have to buy or fucking die. And in this case, they die. Or these cases, they die. So yeah, we're definitely on the upside of things. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing too important. Oh yeah, the lenient lending ends at the end of this month, tomorrow. Right. So we should probably see heavy buy-in tomorrow, as they'll have to reduce their positions. But then there could be a big sell-off as well, as because you don't know if the margin's being loaned for short selling or whatever, right? Well, tomorrow's going to be interesting, I guess. But my guess is that they would have already reached out to all of their children, if you will, or clients, and got them to pay up. And that's probably why we saw on the 26th that company go under, because Credit Suisse said, hey, pay up. We want to get everything settled for the 31st. And then the company goes, surprise. And then it blows up. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Well, I was just reading Reddit. It's pretty annoying. Like every single post is just the same garbage. It's all just prayer posts looking for affirmation or consensus that they're right, which is basically a coping mechanism for fear. Tell me, Sergeant, are we going to make it? It's exactly the same as that. But instead of asking the sergeant, you're saying, we're going to make it, right? Yes, we're all going to make it. Like you're lying to yourself by saying it out loud. So, yeah, it's their way of dealing with fear, but my God, is it just endless. And a lot of it's really bad advice. Killing me. I don't know. I just realized, the lenient lending ends tomorrow. I forgot about that. So now thinking about it, well, it's definitely going to increase volume for sure. But my guess is that they wouldn't do it all at the last minute. But then my other guess is that you always have everyone doing it at the last minute. It's just human nature, right? So it's hard to tell. Because Citadel got margin called, which means bigger fish are basically saying, clean up your mess. Your room is dirty ahead of time, right? And the lenient lending probably when it expires, it's not retroactive. So whatever's in position right now probably stays that way. It just going forward, you have to maintain blank. But if they say, look, you have to keep this much money at all times, right? The going forward would be really immediate, right? So maybe the 31st is the going forward date. So they warned them and said, look, raise up your holdings, and then, which means you have to reduce your lending or find more money, one of the two. But you have to reduce your lending ratio, and then you got to do it by the 31st. So, yeah, that's probably actually what's happening. And then the 31st is the going forward date. So if you don't meet the capital requirements that you're legally required to by law, then we're going to kick you in the nuts. But you can't kick Citadel in the nuts. Like, it owns 25% of the entire market. But you can kick it in the proverbial nuts, I guess, and hurt it somehow. But you can't kill it, or you would kill the U.S. market. So, and Citadel's looking for $1 billion, I think, which isn't much for them, but I'm sure they can't just pull it out of their pocket. Well, maybe they can, really. I wonder how much money Citadel has under. They must have trillions of dollars under their belt. Because if that one weird trader could have $50 billion missing, like, how the hell $50 billion doesn't bother Credit Suisse, then fuck. That's a lot of money, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know Citadel's books. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see Citadel trying to break the law. They're quite good at following the law, but if there's a loophole, they'll exploit it, right? So, well, yeah, that's pretty much the idea, right? So, I give you $1 million, and then you loan out the million, and you loan out the million. You still owe me $1 million, but you've loaned it out, and your friends have loaned it out, and then one of your friends loans to a dude that's less than desirable, or even worse, you're multiplying his money. So he gives you $1 and you give him 5. But he has to pay you back. Wink. And then when he defaults, it cascades, right? And that's what happened in 2018. Yeah, 2018. You basically had that with housing. So they had mortgages on houses, and they were basically passing those around. I think that was the mortgage crisis or was that 2008 was the housing crisis? But that one was, yeah, they're basically trading houses, and you would basically pick up someone's bad mortgage and then sell it to someone else who sold it to someone else. But these were mortgages that should not be. Okay, that's 2008. Yeah. So basically, yeah, you shouldn't have gave out those things in the first place, and they were trading them around like they were candy, but they were so risky. But in the normal scheme of things, it's these toxic assets aren't really a big problem. But the problem is there were so many of them that the first push basically caused the cascade, right? So it's okay to play with high explosives, high risk, high reward. But when there's too many explosives around, the first person to throw a match will detonate the whole place, right? So you have to play with risk. You can't not play with explosives, or you'll handicap your market, and your market will die and stagnate. And that's why the US market is so good, because it's less regulated than most other markets. It's the Wild West. But that comes with the risk that, if the people that are playing are less than reputable, then they start stacking up all their portfolios with high explosives. And then they make one mistake and kapoof. And so, anyways, so what we're at now is that they're at record high lending. So they have record high people owe us money on the books. And now it's like, well, can these people actually pay, right? So now they're going to do a margin call down the entire line to double check that everyone can pay up. And then they're going to find out that, 5%, 10%, 20%, 40% aren't going to pay. So 10%, 20, 30, 40% of your money is not coming back. So 40% of your company just went out the door. And then 40%, your parent is now missing 40%. And then we go into a cascade, right? So, yeah. But then that's really bad policy. It's because these guys are not doing their job, which is, calling you when you're in the hole, forcing you to pay your debts. Like, can't let people rack up multi-million-dollar debts and then just be like, oh, they'll pay tomorrow, baby. It's like, yeah, an economy can't work that way, right? Eventually, it has to come back to reality. I don't think tomorrow's going to cause all that to come to be. because I think the lending rate was like 1.5 or something, and then they bumped the requirement to like 3, or am I thinking interest rates? No, I don't know. So anyway, when I remember looking at it, it wasn't that much. Like it's going to be a lot of money, of course, but it's only a minute change. Um, but it is sizable. I think it's like almost double from where it is. But you're going from like 1 to 3, so it's not like 1 to 60 or something. Yeah. We're still at 10. Don't get your hopes up. We're just gonna trade sideways. We got an hour, 2 hours to go. Well, if it turns out to be a cascading market issue, right? All they have to do is just say, okay, you guys weren't ready for this date. We're not going to call you on your money, right? Like it's not like it has to um, come to be. Whereas like the housing crisis, the banks basically folded because they made bad bets, and then once the banks fold, then that cascades, right? Whereas the feds can just be like, don't pay us. Then the next person in the line goes, yeah, we don't want you to go under, pay us later, and then everything's back to normal, right? So it's not going to be ridiculous. Whereas if a bank goes under, you have to ask the creditors to just ignore the fact that they owe you a bunch of money. But then you probably need that money as the creditor to pay somebody else. So you can't just ignore it or you go under. So it's like you have to go all the way to the source and be like, hey, random citizen, can you just ignore the fact that we're going to go under? To which that person's going to be like, fuck you. I want my money. Like, or whoever the, person is that's the debt holder, debt obligator. Yeah. At least we're at 10 rather than 8. It's a good change in life. We're under 10 for a few seconds. Oh no. And we're back at 10. Now, apparently, Trey's health is declining. There's now a post saying this guy is collapsing. But he probably like just screams all day and his body's shutting down from it. The two posts that I saw were pretty heavy duty, psychotic. Oh, well, he's well loved. That's good to see a supportive community. Nice. Even if I can't appreciate what he does, it's nice to see the... Oh, that's it. I should make a YouTube video. Did hedge funds actually poison Trey? Well done. I fucking knew it. It was the Illuminati. Yeah. But I mean, it's like when you drink 30 cans of pop just to do a challenge on YouTube and then you have to go to the hospital. You know, you're not getting my sympathy. It was stupid. You did it for the hype and you paid the price, you know. So, and the fact that he's making money off his YouTube videos gets less sympathy for me. You're not doing it out of the kindness of your heart. You're doing it because you get paid, right? But I mean, he could be. I mean, if I was getting paid, um, there's an element of it, but I never do anything for money, which is probably why I'm sitting here like a hobo. But I don't know. I just don't really have too much sympathy for content creators. But there's too much hype, too much romanticism. Can't do it. And this stock is killing me. We haven't moved in like 30 minutes. Actually, I wonder what it looks like on the 30-minute. Go, let's say 5-minute chart. Yeah, that's basically it. Oh man. Garbage. I don't know. Yeah, the hedge fund, the guy was named XXX Poonslayer 69 XXX. Then he 360 short sold Trey. That's why he's out of commission. Yeah. Yeah, he definitely probably just spends his time going from live chat to live chat just to remind people that he's still alive, right? He's definitely not the same caliber as what looks like we have 30 diehards that are here from start to finish. So that's pretty good. You know, that 38 diamond-handed gorilla gang apes. And we get about one new sub a day. And that's good because if we slowly grow, then you'll have a community that doesn't end up like AMC, STONKS, or any popular Reddit group where it just explodes and then you have, not a clash of culture and identities and ideas all coming in all at once, right? Whereas here we're developing an identity as we go along. You know, we're just trading AMC stocks, having a chat or two. Now there's magic lemons, some doodles. Where we go, who knows, right? So it's nice. As much as I would like to, get the numbers up to probably into the thousands, because then the chat would be a little bit more lively. We could have bigger conversations. But once we get over, let's say, 100 people, especially 100 active people, then it's going to get kind of nuts. If we just have like 50 people that are active and the rest of them just lurk, then that's not a big deal. But I've been in IRC chats of like 1,000 people talking all at once, and sweet Jesus, it's just, you have to all be cooperating and waiting your turn to talk, basically, because you can't all talk at the same time, even though it's text, so you can read real fast, but it's just like, everyone's just all on the same, it has to be all in the same topic and short and to the point, or it just goes nuts. So, yeah. An acolyte of the lemon. Well, you can be what is it, a silverback gorilla? So a lemon-backed gorilla? Or a lemon-backed space ape? Yeah. Uh, yeah, I'm good at running communities. So definitely I could build a community around stock trading. I mean, like Wall Street Bets or the Reddit page. The only problem with building a community around trading stocks, well, the one benefit I should start with is that everyone that comes in has money, right? They're there to make money. We're all on the same team, per se. But the downside is people lose the money, they come and go. It's generally not a full-time job, it's a hobby. So you're not going to have like dedicated hardcores. But I guess because you could make it a profession, you'll have dedicated hardcores more than, say, a video game or a sports team, or like a hockey fan or something, right? So if they can manage to find time, then the stocks also take the entire working day versus a hockey game, which is once a week or whatever, right? So, yeah, but I guess there's enough to go on, Stocks are endless. The stock market's not going anywhere. You get rich or you die trying is really the motto. And diamond hands are forever. Yeah. Plus, if you find some undervalued stock, it's great to be able to tell somebody else so that other people can profit, right? And if they get in as well, then you're solidifying the profit for everyone, right? If everyone agrees to get in on the same stock, but then you get into market manipulation if you go, okay, everyone, wank, that'd be illegal. But if you suggest it and the community takes your suggestion, then that's not illegal. You're just an influencer, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't really want to count the chickens before they hatch, but we're not really doing anything fast here. Because it would be nice if I'm just trading my stocks like I normally do, right? And then I'm making, let's say, $1,000 Canadian a week or something, $100 a day Canadian. If I can make $100 a day, then I can basically, I don't have to work. So then I can just put it all on YouTube. All my food, rent, cell phone, internet's all covered. And then the rest of it goes into stocks. Then I can just trade more stocks and just keep this vicious cycle alive, right? And then I can move my stock trading to like better locales, like out in the woods. Because you can do stock trading anywhere, right? So do a once a month trip to somewhere, stock trading in Chicago, New York, in a subway or something. Zach's back. Yeah. Yeah, that's very good, Daryl. Very good. Yeah. Welcome to Stockholm. It's Stockholm, right? Yeah, stocks. Yeah. And then just go harassing everyone. Where's the stocks? I don't know any words in. Guess that's Sweden. Stockholm, Sweden. Yeah. Da 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 da. And then and then just harass people. Oh, actually, one Swedish word would be fjord. Fjord is yard. Yeah, they got that drag on their O's. Fjord. Yeah. Uh, what's the opposite? A river delta is also called a tributary and an estuary. Right. And those words are English? Tributary, estuary. It sounds, yeah, English. English, Latin. Trib. Trib is Latin. Trig, trib, tri. Those are all Latin. Mm. Oh, I like it. I like it. Cats, calls, and coffee. And we'll use the cat as entertainment because everyone likes cats. And then the cat can make stock market calls. Pussy Galore's picks for today. Take it, kitty. Wow, 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 wow. That's right. All in on AMC. Because I'm the only person that understands cat. And Mr. Whiskers, what's your take on the latest GME developments? Yes, your water dish is empty. Yes. Yes, your takes? No, I'll feed you later. No. No. You pooped where? Oh man, I'm not even angry. That's impressive. Yes, a jump to conclusions. I call it jumping to conclusions. Yeah, we did just surge up. So we did break up, finally. Fuck. That was long. We're still not 100% out of the woods. We're pretty close, though. You gotta keep going up. Son of a bitch. Ugh, that was a long day. Yeah, so GME did a technical breakout this current minute, or last minute. That probably helped us get out. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably what pushed us over the edge. And then, as long as we don't go back down past, I guess, this one, as long as we stay above this green, we should be okay. If we get into here again, we'll pull back down. It's just probably a retard push, right? Just throwing money on a fire just to watch the green candles. Yeah, and I could, if I got kind of fancy, I could get this window to be translucent, and then I could have something in the background like a fire or like a live shot of something. The problem with that is I need a heavy duty computer to stream, so I'd have to have um, like a laptop for me, and then on my heavy duty computer, I would then stream it the live shot of wherever I am, and then it would make whatever you guys see at the lab. But this is the actual chart I'm working on. Like I'm actually rolling my mouse and you're just getting a screen capture. In the other case, you would just be seeing the result. But yeah, I mean, there's stuff you can do. But yeah, yeah. Well, you see, like if you take inspiration from like BNN or any financial 24/7 kind of deal, they have themed shows, and then those themed shows are basically target an audience. You know, Kramer for entertainment, this lady for no nonsense, this guy for a positive spin on stocks, this guy's the expert, and so forth, right? Um, so that's kind of tedious, right? So I would have to find some type of angle to augment that. But I think if you pick a single stock, if you're in for the stock, this person focuses on the stock, so you're getting more of what you want and less of what you don't want. Um, but if you're looking for more of a broad market commentary, then that's what your news channels are for, right? So one thing I'd like to do better is set up a lot of alerts so that I would have breaking news so that you guys would get your information here. Um, but to do that, I'd probably need a Bloomberg terminal. And I could get that if I got people coming in, I could set up a Bloomberg terminal and I could just read out what's on the terminal, right? I'm probably bet there's a YouTube stream of someone's terminal and I could just run that in the corner. Save myself $1,000 a month US. Hmm. Yeah, something like that. Just add some comments to the day. Yeah, and 30K. Okay, so it's 1,500 a month. 12. No, that's even more than that. $2,000 a month. Yeah. The Bloomberg terminal is fucking expensive. I know. Yeah. Yeah. But maybe there's various subscription packages. Like just the news versus actual trading terminal. Because I think a Bloomberg terminal you can trade on, right? Yeah. All it does is just give you the news slightly earlier. And I think it gives you much better execution speeds if you can trade on it. I think you can. Apparently, my sister works at a hotel, and apparently, well, not apparently, the hotel has turned into a homeless shelter, if you will. And so it's turned into a homeless shelter, and apparently, I guess one of the tenants got kicked out and left their cats. So my sister's like, "Do you want a basket of cats?" She's got 3 cats now sitting at the front desk. The Humane Society will probably take them, but I'm curious why she has a basket of cats. And Yahoo Finance is pointing to GME being dead, but that's just garbage news. Oh, and CD Projekt Red, or well, just CD Projekt, is going to develop Witcher Cyberpunk uh, franchises simultaneously in 2022. That's not going to cause any troubles. And a mystery brain disorder is sweeping through eastern Canada. 43 people with spasms, memory loss, and hallucinations. No knowing cause. They're thinking it's a prion disease, but there's no evidence of it. So previously they were diagnosed with anxiety or depression, but over 18 to 36 months they developed a cognitive decline, muscle wasting, drooling, and teeth chattering. And then they're starting to get extreme hallucinations, which it sounds like neurological degradation, including the feeling of insects crawling on their skin, which is neurological neurons and the nervous system degrading. Damn. So we have not seen this in 20 years, and we have no idea what this is. Well, glad I'm not them. But I'm guessing it's probably COVID related, and it's probably genetics, right? If it's a cluster of people living in an area, there's probably a genome that gets triggered by either the vaccine or there's some link, right? But I'm guessing the only thing that's really changed lately is COVID. So, damn. But they're of Arcadian descent, so they're basically the original French that landed in Eastern Canada. So, and French genomes are not the greatest if you come from the upper class, well, or the English, or any of Europe. But these would have been probably well-to-do at the time, and then the poor. So I don't know what that gets you. Originally, it would have been semi-wealthy, and then it would be progressively getting poorer. Not too poor because you couldn't afford the trip, but poor enough that, you know, the new world is better than the old world. So that's probably a big spectrum of class, if you will. So yeah, so that probably doesn't have much of an indicator. Interesting. Well, the result will be interesting. I think it's time to buy some stocks in anti-pyrons. Could be like mad cow, like, but then they would have saw evidence of prions, which is basically mad cow disease. If this is a squeeze, it's the slowest one I've ever seen in my life. Look at it. Look at it go. The volume's nice and big. Look at these numbers. But, yeah, man. Cyberpunk is... I really want Cyberpunk to do well. It's a good shooter. The story was a little meh, but I like the weight. Your character had okay weight, and the world was kind... Like, I love Blade Runner's world, but the Cyberpunk world is kind of meh. But I think if you give it enough time, they're going to do it like Witcher. They start off, and then they'll get it right. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm just looking at everyone. And the market's recovering as well. Who knows? We got an increase in volume. At least we got the break up instead of the breakdown. That's good. So remember that wedge shape, right? The end of the wedge shape was like back here at 14, just before the 1400. But it looks like it took an extra 5 minutes and then it broke out. But it rode it right to the friggin' end. It basically just denied breaking out of the pennant shape right to the end. And then even then it was like a 1 cent no. Yes. Oh, what a horrible fucking stock. Like, the level of indecision you'd have to stay at a penny. It's like, no. And you just randomly change your mind, like, right at 1400 hours. Like, this is clearly somebody said 1400 hours, I'm buying. But then is this them? Is this them going on a buying spree? Like, why didn't they just buy throughout the fucking day? Like, it doesn't make a lot of sense why people do what they do. Yeah. Yeah, my guess is maybe a Reddit post says, you know, let's all buy at this time. Yeah. I don't think there's any Illuminatis, but you know, as we connect more of the dots on this channel, you know, it's clear that the lizard people are definitely in cahoots with the Dow Jones people to keep GME down because of the side effects of keeping AMC down. I mean, I got it all worked out on my 10,000 sheets of paper on my desk here, but just it's just all like, like sort of like, and then air quotes aliens. Well, I don't see, like, psychology makes sense if the battle was between me and you, right? I rejoice. Welcome, Emil. But, we're talking about millions of players on this AMC battlefield. There's no sides. The hedge funds are fighting hedge funds. There's only the green and the red side, right? And the green people can become red people if they decide they want to sell. But then some people can just be red on the red team. Those are your short sellers. But, it's not, there's no side. Like, you can't fight each other. So how are you going to have a psychological fight? Wow. Wow, Belts. Enjoy your WandaVision. God. Mass media for the plebs. Just like consuming that opiates, don't you? Opiates of the masses. Well, I'll give you a mass. There's what I think of your opiates for the masses. Give you a mass. Thank God YouTube doesn't scan the voice on the video. Man, this guy just swears every 10 fucking minutes. Alright, let's just ban him from ads. Actually, so if you want to compare the battle people in play, right? The hedge funds and the big money, they have infinite patience per se, but they're also restricted by legalities, risk, and clients that don't have patience, right? So when you're dealing with your own money, you can technically sit on it forever, right? When you're playing with other people's money, they might call for their money, they might tell you to do something. So they're at greater risk to panic and having to close their positions early. So they have to minimize their risk because they don't know, because people are a risk to them, right? Other people can be a risk to them. Their clients are a risk to them. So we can hold till we die. Actually, we can hold past when we die. You just give your shares to somebody else, right? So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, joining a Reddit group, right, doesn't require anything but clicking a button. So I'm sure a lot of people just join and then dick off, right, a week later, 10 minutes later. Most communities have about 30% of their communities active. And when someone joins, you lose about 30% of them in the first week. And then you lose about half of them within a month if there's any type of stressor. If there's no stressor, you might lose them in month and a half, 2 months, half of them. And then those that are left become your old guard, and they either decay over time or stay forever, right? But you do lose basically 30% outright, and then half of what's left. So half of 60 or 70%. So 45? Yeah. So keeping that in mind, where I'm going with that is that, so you take that 100 and then you take 30 off of it and then you cut it in half, you'd be looking at 50,000 people that are active time to time or viewing daily, maybe. And then of that 50,000, how many of those have shares? Now, the people that dicked off may still have shares as well, But my guess is if they're not active, they don't hold shares. Just making a educated guess. So, and then each person buys maybe 20 shares to 100 shares. So that's, 500,000 shares to 1 million shares, probably in the hands of retail investors. So, no. So, actually, backstop 386 people have come and joined us today and left. So we're down to 30 core people, but we get about 200 to 400 people visiting a day. So I'm actually falling behind. I should have maybe 90 people, but I am getting around 400 people a day, and I'm only keeping about 40 to 30. On good days, I'll keep 60, 70 out of that 600 or whatever. So, yeah, no. So it's only 42 concurrent viewers, but we've had over 386 clicks basically on this feed over the course of 8 hours. Or, well, not 8 hours yet. Six, how long have we been doing this? 5 hours and 15 minutes. Yep. Yeah. I don't know, Howard. It just counts playbacks, which could be one person, reversing, but to my knowledge, the playback, you get one of them per every time someone clicks. But I guess that number could be artificially inflated. I essentially have about 42 people throughout the day on average right now. Normally it's around 60. But that's not bad for something that's less than a month old. So it's good. I appreciate you all helping me grow. Why this AMC flower. Nice AMC flower, just blooming in the spring. Yeah, GME's gone psycho. Yeah, they were curving there, and now they're going for round 2. Yeah, because they had a technical breakout right about here. And so then they got stuck on the line. That makes sense. So their next one will be, right where they are right now, actually. So maybe here. So they're going to go into a second breakout. Yeah, they already cleared these humps. So yeah, once they get over where they are right now, they should probably run up to about 202. And if they got some strength, maybe 206. Pretty impressive. As for us, yeah, so now we've cleared 1030. So as I was saying earlier, if we could get over 1018, 1016, if you remember those black lines, we'd jump up. So we came up, we got through, and there was a little bit of hold up at 1016, 1019, which is basically 1018. So we got through it fast enough, so that's great. So that clears us over all of these guys down here. And this guy here and this guy here. And then when we go back, there was, yeah, there you go. There's some of the black lines. Oh, these ones are the new ones. They're much lower. 18 is right here. Let me just drag that up. Anyways, so it was all this stuff here that was holding us back. So now the next thing, especially these guys here, is to get us on top of this channel of chop. So we need to be like 1040. And then that will get us back to our stepping stone, which I want to get on top of one of these. So get back to 11 or something and just get on top of this so that we can jump to the next thing. This one will be a little bit harder because there's these ones are close together, and then you got this one, this one, this one. But I think that's going to be a whole day in itself, maybe 2 days. We'll have to fight within 11 to 13, and then one day will be 13 to 14, and we just hope that that robot is fucked off, because I don't want to deal with that robot again. Yeah, the volume's been pretty garbage all day. It's picked up a little bit, but we're at 31 and we're almost at end of day. We were 20 something, like 27 or whatever, at 12. So we've picked up a bit, but it's been really friggin' slow. Or no, at 1 o'clock I think we were 20 something. But today's been really slow, yeah. Man, there's like 7 posts for Trey on Reddit now. I guess he's no longer getting banned. Somebody should try making a post for me and see how fast it lasts. This guy's not dead. There's a due diligence on AMC posted 2 hours ago. They're expecting AMC is able to generate $226 million in revenue in the US alone, as compared to 2019 where they made $4 billion. And then they sold 250 million tickets while generating $4 billion, or in other words, made $16 per ticket per person. Revenue compared to $17 per ticket per person in 2020. So at that time, they had 7,668 screens, which means it served 32,000 folks per screen. 250 million moviegoers in the US divided by the screens. Oh, well, 250 million moviegoers for them, right? That was the tickets they sold, sorry. Not in the entire US. And then that 50% capacity can serve 16,000 moviegoers. If the average moviegoer pays a price adjusted $17.77, then the estimation is roughly $2.5 billion in revenue, which makes sense because they managed to pull out $4.02 billion, right? So it's half of that plus growth and the fact that he increased the ticket price. So yeah, that was actually just very long-winded. He just basically divided it early, then added it back together at the end. But yeah, the point is, even if attendance is garbage, they can still stay afloat because they managed with like 0 capacity or 1% capacity. They managed to stay out of the sewers, right? So, and even if we have declining movie going over time, we're not going to decline like 50% in a year. So all of that alone means you're going to be looking at $2 billion, right? But the part he left out is when they made $4 billion, they lost pretty much all of it to fees and all the operating costs. So they only walked away with like a handful of dollars at the end of the day. The good news is when they lose more, or when they make less money, they also lose less money. So it's not a company that we have to worry about going under when things go bad. They just adjust. So they're like a moving company. If they have less trucks, they make less money, but there's less trucks, so they lose less money. Whereas something that has to stay alive, like, I don't know, what would be something? A fast food industry or a furnace, something that has to always run, but it can run hotter or colder, but it can't go down to zero. So it has to always have a base cost that's killing them. And then if they go to zero, that base cost murders them. AMC has that as well, their headquarters, but the theaters offset that because they have so many. Yeah, it's a pretty cool read, actually. But, yeah, a little convoluted. But all of this means that, yeah, we got a good value stock. The question is it worth this price right now, or is it worth this price later? That we can't answer. But if we're expecting maybe 100% capacity by this time next year, then we're looking at full money. And if the stock was worth $30 at full money, then, you know, or, well, it was worth $14 at full money, but that's the other problem too. I should stop and mention that, is that we're trending down, right? There's a lot of negativity. So they're making more and more money as this is going down. But what's not increasing is their take-home money. So people are looking at them saying, well, look, you have increasing costs and you're making more money, but you're actually coming out neutral. You're still making like 200 plus a year, but the long-term potential in this company has drifted. But I would still say we're definitely worth over $10. I think with the new hype and the change in structure, you know, we're definitely worth 15, 20 bucks. And in time, 30 bucks, yeah. But that time may be multiple years if there's too much negativity. But I don't think so. I think the negativity has lifted the short sellers that probably piled in right here. They just got in because of 2018 and, you know, they just stayed in. They're basically artificially deflating this by this much. So basically you have this weight crushing them. So then when that lifts, right, it's about this big. So we go back to, let's say, 14 naturally, then we'll go back to 28 or so naturally once we get rid of these fuckers. So, and this is when they were making less money, right? So you also have then the inflation from them making more money. So then you're going to be even higher, like, right? So it's this or whatever, the short sellers, wherever they may be, were artificially weighing this down. It was one of the most heavily shorted stocks, right? So I think all in, we're still doing okay. Kind of a long-winded conversation there, but it got me thinking. Yeah. 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 But we just got to get out of this hold. We're currently 90% retail holding. Jeez. Nice. Yeah, we lost a few institutionals back in the day there. Because Wanda's out, Vanguard's out, and Fidelity got in a little bit, like 4 million, but that's probably for the retail investors. So I don't know, like, if we got institutional investors, sweet Jesus, like the stock would just fly like the wind. And I think that's coming. I think, you know, Vanguard was smart. They bought in at discount prices. They got out and there's chop. But I think they're going to get back in. They'll pick up a position for the next swing. Because there's a good chance that if they get in early and then other institutionals get in, then they basically get all the price increase from those late institutionals. But that day's coming, that kick up swing. And then whether or not that's going to cause a squeeze is a different story, but at least it will get us rocketing, get us back in the news, get more people in, get more life back into the stock. But that might be a few weeks. Oh, as much as everybody thinks it's going to be tomorrow. Yeah. So right now we're just putting along this line. Yeah. We're above it. We should be able to get some height now. There's some serious point here. Oh, that would maybe be it. Because we're now above these, but that would have been a serious heavy spot. Maybe there's one a little further back. That's what's holding us up. This one. No, and all of those. When is this? This is the 9th of March, so we're basically at the entire day of 9th of March. Yeah, and we're pretty close to this, so if we don't have a lot of volume, getting this line up will be, you're banging against a lot of tops here. But we have already blown through it just recently, so like we got through it here, right? So there's no reason why we should be stuck. But maybe we just need a little bit more steam. Maybe GME will bail us out. Yeah, they're starting to look a little better. That's good. Still garbage. Oh man, I really wish I would have put some money in this EENF. It's up 43% in one day. Christ. I know the second I put money in it, though, it's going to go down like 100%. But I might have to take on a sister position with that one, since AMC is just so slow. Oh. Yep, sour hour's coming. Yeah, let's get back to a level where you can actually see what's going on. Right, so there's the hour of sour. Boom. With Parappa, the sour rappa. Look at him. Yell out those sour beats. Sweet and sour beats. Oh yeah, Parappa, the rappa. That is a classic video game. Yep, you got it. This is my attempt at a bucket hat, like keeping it blocky. That's an AMC there. There we go. Yeah, looks like GME is going to go for round 2, well, round 4, and drag us up. So we have to beat these lines, and we want to avoid this line and this line. So standard, the huge. Now these are closely grouped together, so that's not a big spread. It's 4 cents. But judging how slow we're going today, 4 cents might be too hard for us to get up, sad as it is. Forget which game had a dancing flea. Yeah, originally it was going to be Cthulhu. I was starting off with an octopus, a really artistic octopus, because I like the way this draw tool makes curves like this. It snaps to curves, which makes it very hard to do things like A. Do an A, it starts to fuck it right up. Or an E, you go to do this, but if you do it quickly, see it rolls in on itself. Anyways, so yeah, I was going with a Cthulhu face here, but I forgot how to draw him, so. Yep. Well, wait for it. Let me drop another one on you. Let me just Google the logo. Okay, let me just Google the logo. Here's the logo. Let's see if you guys can get this one. One of my favorite games for the N64. It's a crude logo, but awesome nonetheless. Nope. Infinity War. What? First of all, that's a new movie. Was there an Infinity War game for the 64? Call of Duty wasn't even around with 64. Call of Duty started on the PC, I think just after the 64 got released. Well, yeah, it's Nintendo 64. Um, here, I'll break. Well, once I give you a hint, I'll give you the answer. Well, actually, no. I can give you a hint that doesn't give you the answer. Well, it's going to be obvious, but essentially you're shooting ants. But the weapons and the combat in the game were fun as fuck. Body Harvest, no. That's a good one, though. Holy crap, it goes for $100 on eBay. Ratchet and Clank is PlayStation? At least someone didn't say 007. Yeah, it's Jet Force Gemini. But so good. That was one of my favorite games. That and Perfect Dark. Perfect Dark was gold. The bots, the fact you could play multiplayer, like it was well ahead of its time. Ah, no. Rare. Oh, Rare, you've done so good. And the thing is, like, I go back and play these games, and even though the graphic is bad, it actually plays good. And then you realize just how garbage modern games are. Like, modern games have no essence. They either are too real or too like they don't have gameplay. I guess is the way to articulate that. Nintendo still gets it with Mario. You know, you have him over exaggerate. You have him make noises and move. It's a game, right? But so much I play, it's like it's just missing that refinement, if you will. I guess because there's also more to do. But man, Jet Force Gemini was just so good. Like fighting like Zerg and ants. It's so good. And they would make all like green goo everywhere and their weapons were awesome. Oh yeah. Yeah, that game was definitely hard on the controls. And the cameras would also fuck up. So you're getting shot and you can't. Oh, so it's originally called Star Twins in Japan. Or is this huh. Oh neat. Available in October 11th, 1999. Neat. God, that's a while ago, eh? Oh yeah. Well, Mario Party destroys controllers. The controls aren't too hard, but the hard on the controller. Yeah. Oh my god. Mario Party 64. That poor stick was just smashed. But the controller did hold up really well. Nintendo's smart. They built their stuff to last. PlayStation controllers, people would drop them. They'd chip, they'd break, they'd crack in half. I can swing mine into the wall and it would be okay. Most of the time. Oh, Blast Corpse. Oh man, that's a good one too, yeah. Yeah, Blast Corps was part of the Smash TV style games, I think, if I remember correctly. Yeah, yeah. Good plot line. But if we wreck the city, there's no city for them to wreck. Excellent. No, someone is trying to resurrect Jet Force Gemini. Looks like they gave up. They started in 2014 and they gave up in 2014. Oh, sucks to be them. It's sad to see all these projects that are like, they start off with all these blog posts and then it just dwindles down and then there's one blog post a year. I'm not quite dead. I'm back. And that's the last. It's like, yeah. The tribals were definitely cute though. Yeah, Conquer's quite a good setup. All right, let's look at Rare the company. They're British, founded 36 years ago. And Xbox bought them out in 2002. And let's do their list. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Rareware. I love that logo. That was smart. Oh, their new logo's garbage. Oh my god. Oh my. If you haven't seen it, here it is. Wow. Why you do this, Rare? Damn. So Rare helped do the Kinetic or Xbox Connect from 2009 to 2014. The Kinect is actually kind of interesting. That's military grade technology that they released as a toy. But the body analysis via camera or multiple cameras was breakthrough military technology when the Kinetic released. But I'm guessing the company that sold the thing, which is PrimeSense, they ended up, depth detection via cameras, via red, green, and blue, and infrared projectors. and they do structured light or contrast differential, I think is how they do it. So if you only have one camera, you do it by how the light affects the object, and you do a difference. But what the hell? Oh, that's the wind. Okay, that's someone's trying to break into my house. Anyways, so yeah, but I later found out that was breakthrough military technology that ended up showing up. It was used, I think, for targeting, and it ended up showing up just recently after as a gaming thing. That's neat. But yeah, I'm just scrolling through here, just trying to see. Oh yeah, Star Fox, right? So Banjo-Kazooie, Perfect Dark, Star Fox, Battletoads, Captain Skyhawk, GoldenEye. Oh, so Sea of Thieves is theirs, eh? Oh, that's probably why it's doing so good. I would have picked that up ages ago if I knew that was rare. Ah. So they started the idea in 2014 because of Eve and Daisy and Rust. Yeah. Well, we've always argued that kind of a pirate ship MMO would have always been a good idea. That's kind of what Eve is. It's just a pirate ship in space. Shared world adventure game, yeah. But the thing with a pirate ship is then you can have a deck and you can man the guns and you're not upside down. Yeah, that's cool. So they're still releasing content for it. Oh, and Ori and the Will-O-Wisps. Oh, that's not them. They just did a collab. Huh, interesting. Yeah, I've been out of the loop with gaming culture because who the hell cares? Uh, but interesting nonetheless. It looks like we stalled just before we can get any height. So we've officially started Sour Hour. Come on. Come on. Huh. Today was the attempted assassination of Ronald Reagan in 1981. John Hinckley Jr. Huh. And some Islamic attacks, Islamic attacks, and a massacre in Amiria. Oh, today has been a good day in history. Jeez. And oh, look at that. Islamic rebels seized the city of Palma in Mozambique. So, good to see what happened in 1861 and 1981 and 1918. So much has changed. Oh man. Can we go back to the old days where we just accuse people of witches and burn them? You know, the good old days of rampant Christianity? Or like the Romans, just execute anyone we don't like? Like, God, those were the days. Ah. Uh, this is part of the ongoing insurgency in Cabo Delgado. How long has this been going on? It's been a few years. 2015, after 2012 group got murdered, and they started coordinating their attacks in 2018. Okay, yeah, yeah. 2017 they started attacking. 2018, 2019, and 2020 they're picking up the fight. Yeah. Probably could make a lot of money running a private military company that just trains local forces or hands out mercenaries, because I'm sure there's probably a bunch of mercenaries in this conflict. Yeah, Russia, Uganda, United States, and Portugal are all supporting Mozambique. So US just got involved this year. Portugal, Tanzania, and South Africa got in last year. That's pretty sad when the leader of the free world shows up after South Africa and Tanzania says, enough's enough, we're coming. Yeah. But then again, there's no Canada on this list, so. But we're currently in Ethiopia, Ukraine, Afghanistan, and and a bunch of stuff with NATO training up, I think. What's the one that starts with Belgrade? No, Belgrade. Belgrade. It's not Bulgaria. What's the one that's beating up people? It's Lithuania and then the other one. But hmm. Anyways, neat. Yeah, they're doing a pretty good job arresting people. They've killed hundreds and arrested 470 plus militants. Air quote. Because God knows if they're actually. Oh, they do have mercenaries. Oh, look at that. Wagner Group, Dick Advisory Council, which is a South African mercenary group, and random people that Zimbabwe's picked up. Yeah, the Wagner Group's the Russian special forces people. Yeah. They show up where deniability is called for, and they're the ones that are currently hunting the US from time to time. Yeah. Oh, apparently Blackwater was trying to work with the Wagner Group in Mozambique. That's kind of cool. Eh, I mean, if you have a big army, you gotta swing it, right? Can't just sit there and do nothing. Yeah, cool. The stuff you learn on Wikipedia. We're just not going anywhere. um, it's probably got like Russian short form, so I can't go back on my history here without getting up, and I don't want to get up. Whoa. I just hit random article and I got Enrico Taro. He's the chairman of the Proud Boys, a far-right neo-fascist and male-only white nationalist organization that promotes and engages in political violence in the United States and Canada. Except this dude is super brown. He's Cuban, maybe, or Latin American. Damn. All right, well, that's good to know. Next Wikipedia article. An English songwriter. Ooh, the Ulster coat. That was a good article. That's the uh, like they're wearing like a mini cape over their a cloak, basically, with that mini cape that goes over their arms, but it's open in the front. It's got a cool history. Yeah, so Vagra, right? Yaga. V's turn into W's in Russian, or W's turn into V's. Wagner becomes Wagner. Yeah, so they probably just rotated it backwards. Yeah. Grupa Wagner. Wagner Group. Easy. Oh, Jack the Ripper had this cloak. No. Or did Sherlock Holmes have this coat? Don't know. Don't know what this is telling me. Oh, it was a bitter night, so we drew our ulsters and wrapped gavats around our throat. Right. So he's talking about him. It's not well shown in the picture, but neat. Things you learn on Wikipedia. Right, I got a country. The country of Iran and a city in the upper right quadrant. Population of 1,190 in 2006. They do a census quite often, it seems. And this is romanticized as Qalasabad or Ghaziabad or Ghaziabad. Oof. Good luck pronouncing that. I do not know this Earth 2.0. Please inform me of this scam. I wish to be. There's no Google Street View in Iran. Yeah, go figure. Yeah, there's the small village. That's cool. So they're in the middle of nowhere. That village would take like minutes to take. 2 central main roads. 3. Yeah, you'd only need probably 100 troops, if that. Probably could get away with 50. Depends on how secure you want the area. That's cool. And then there's a little village nearby. I have not flown around eastern Iran on Google Earth ever. That's neat. So they just have little cities that are like, I guess, walking distance between each other. Like day walking distance. And then they have a whole bunch of farms around them, and that's how they roll. Essentially a village around the road every so many meters. Look at all these little villages. This is the border with Turkmenistan. It's got to be an interesting border. Iran-Turkmenistan border. Like, one side is super poor and the other side is super poor. And then, they got highways with like 10 cars on them. So, what's this border going to look like? What the hell is I looking at? Oh, this is cool. I just came across a palace or a hotel, and the roofs are shaped like fucking arrows. Here, I'll send you a link. That's super weird. Huh. Oh, I lost it. Shit. Where was I? It was in Turkmenistan, along the border, following the river. Let's see if I can find it again. shit. It's just testing my skills as a military satellite operator. I think I've lost it. All right, time to use the back button. Hope for the best. Nope. Oh well. Yeah, they did that with Second Life, and it's good and all, but that's if people want to build in that world, right? So someone sold a house in Second Life for like, I don't know, $500,000 or something. But it's like, I bet you one house goes for $500,000, but no other house goes for $500,000, right? Because nobody else gives a shit. So it's not really a scam, but it's like Bitcoin. It only has value if other people buy into it. But with Bitcoin, you can commit crimes and you can get your money out of the bank, and drug dealers need to use it and all that sort of stuff. A VR world does not have intrinsic value unless you can sell sex, drugs, and illicit material through that VR world, right? Then maybe if it turns into like the only cams of VR. So, but then places on Earth have intrinsic value because of their proximity to other things. But in a digital world, you just teleport. So there's no intrinsic value based on distance or location, unless maybe one sector gets popular, like Manhattan, and so you get proximity from people zooming around. I don't know. So some people like to pay to own a fiefdom, but in a virtual world, who cares really? But they'll try to entice you by saying get in early while it's cheap. And then basically, if it does become something, yes, it'll pay out a little bit. But for you to actually get any money back, you'd have to make a huge investment. And they would actually have to produce something. And good luck with that. So, yeah. I really want to find this house now. That was really cool. It must be like pointed, kind of like a mosque roof is what they're trying to do. But it was weird. Like, who makes arrow-shaped houses? Yeah, but I gotta find that river. Okay, I found the district, Ashingale, or whatever the hell it's called. Now I just gotta find the river along the border. Oh, got it. Okay, I found it. There's a fertile river between the border of Iran, Ashgabat, and there's a fuck ton of parking lots. What is this? Oh, is this the zoo? Holy shit, that's a zoo. Okay, that's a big zoo. I guess because they're in the mountains, they can't really do much, but it's big. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kilometers long. Yeah, I guess they have to build in the valley part. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 20 kilometers. So they must use buses like China does. And then it just dies off into some Afghanistan style mountains. Okay, now let's find this damn friggin' building. Where are you, funky building with roof? Come here. Bingo.
I fucking got you. God, I'm good. I am fucking good. I spent a lot of time with Google Maps and doing or using maps with military. So it's like I can find something if I really have to. Okay. I think I got it. So let's see if this link takes you there. Yes. Okie dokie. Check that out. And if you pan up and down, like zoom out a little, that's apparently a zoo. But I think there's more to this zoo, or the zoo stops, and this is part of rich people. But there you go. Oh yeah, we're definitely in sour hour. We're going into the squeeze now. But yeah, that's an interesting building with arrows for roofs, eh? But you can see kind of from the side profile that they're going for more of a Islamic kind of shape, but it's still weird. Like it's so much wasted space, basically. Which is why we don't generally make buildings with arrows, but evidently they even went octagonal, kind of half octagonal. 1, 2, 3, 4, and so that would be hexagonal, potentially. But anyways, yeah, so if you just go up and down this, I guess, I thought it was a river, but no, it's just a valley floor. I just saw a lot of blue, so I incorrectly called it a river. But it's evidently fertile. Like there's a lot of green here, so I'm guessing it's all the groundwater that comes down from the rock faces, which is common, which is why the valleys are where humans settle mostly. But and then if you do zoom out even more, it's a city of communism. Nice. You can see it's basically this rocky ass border between Iran and Turkmenistan, which makes sense because that's how borders used to be. Just impassable terrain. You get one side, I get the other. And there's the giant chemical wasteland that is the left-hand side of Turkmenistan. They also have that one lake that's just pure nuclear waste. I don't know where that is. Or is that Uzbekistan? I think Uzbekistan has a pure nuclear waste lake. Jeez. I just zoomed in on a mining operation that's so big. It's about 4 kilometers wide. Damn. And it looks like it's coal. Yeah. It's black and sooty. The stuff you'd find on... Sure, I can get you some lemons. Not a problem. I'm just waiting for this day to finish off. This is a hell of a boring day. The detail, if you zoom in, is pretty decent. For 2021 Google. There's a music producer and he lives in the desert. Excellent. I'm sure he gets lots of people using Google in Uzbekistan. Damn. Old school Soviet housing,
mass-produced concrete, huge open boulevards, kind of like modern China, except they try to get rid of the square shape and make it more roundy, but same thing. Interesting. I should spend some more time on Google Maps. Fly around some of the more desolate places. Might be. It'll be hard for us to break new highs, which is why we didn't. So we're going to probably end up 1030, 1035. GME did a little bit better, but didn't have enough strength to clear. Same with the NASDAQ, but that's expected. It's end of day, so it can only do so much. Oh, yeah. Easy. So not bad. Better than trending downwards, but I would like to see us get some more height. Oh yeah, North Korea's a weird countryside to fly around. Yeah, I like randomly zooming into parts of Japan because it's so built up. Every part of Japan is fairly beautiful, and it's all manicured, and even their countryside's manicured. It's like, oh my god. Yeah, I could live in Japan, anywhere in Japan, in a heartbeat. Yeah. It's incredible that they have cities that stretch, 50 kilometers into another city, which then stretches 20 kilometers. Like, you have an unbroken stretch of city in some cases for hundreds of kilometers. Wall to wall to wall. It's like, holy shit. I mean, China's in the populous parts of China, that's pretty much how it is. You could technically connect house to house to house to house for about 20, 30 kilometers. But even the most crammed parts of China aren't really that big. Like there's Hohat, that's Mongolia. Where's Beijing? I've walked Beijing one way to another. It is under 30 kilometers wide. But if I walked south, I could go from Beijing all the way to yeah, so about nope. As soon as I get about 20 kilometers out, it starts to show farm country. But that's kind of how it goes. It starts to become more sporadic. But yeah, I walked one side of Beijing to the other. My feet were bleeding by the end of it, but it was pretty good. Air quality, not so much. Mask was like almost black. It was not good. Little black circles. But they have coal-fired electric plants, so they're just pumping coal gas on all the people there. So, yeah, good times. Yeah, this is what I should do to pass the time, is just fly around on Google Maps. Much better than staring at a wall. This North Korea?
Oh, yes, North Korea. So, what is it called? Pyongyang? They got a couple of stadiums. But the easiest way to tell how a country's doing is just look at their sidewalks and their roads. They make them so big, but if there's no cars on them and no people on them, they're just for show. So you need to just go find foot traffic. It's like one car per street in North Korea here. Yeah. Holy crap, if I could have traffic like that. 3 cars per street. How are they figuring out the names of all these streets and shit? You know, I guess a lot of these are unnamed. Yeah, a lot of them are unnamed. Interesting. What, the one in North Korea? How big's that stadium? The Rungdongo is 200 meters across, apparently. No, I'm not sharing another screen. I could, here, window capture. Whoops. Here we go. There you go. So that's my my other screen. So I'm looking at the stadium here. I was just flying around while I wait for this to finish. Yeah, I was enjoying some Japan. Been to Tokyo. Kyoto, Osaka, skipped Kobe, Fukyo, and where's Nagasaki? And there's Hoshima right here. Yeah. So I didn't go to Nagasaki. The farthest I went was Fukuoka or whatever. And then I decided like it's not worth the time just to go to the ends of the island. But I traveled via train, stayed in each of these places. Oh, and then Nara. Nara's got the most excellent deer, which everyone loves. Yeah, where's Nara Woods? Shiga. I walk there. And it's so Japan's really tiny. So like it looks, if you look at this, you're like, oh wow, look at how big this is, right? And then you look at the scale and it's like 200 meters. So in Canada, I can easily walk about 15 kilometers. So in 15 kilometers, I would be pretty much out from Osaka Center to the outside of Osaka. That's 15 kilometers right here. So my nearest town where I am, and I'm in Ottawa, the span of the city is like 38 kilometers. If we go over to Tokyo, right? Tokyo, if I'm measuring, 20 kilometers is from here to here. So you can pretty much walk out of Tokyo. I walked from Tokyo to Chiba once, and the Electric City, which is really close, it's right here, I believe. There's Edo, Tokyo. I stayed there. Electric City would be, if this is Tokyo, this is Shibuya, this is the market. Where are we? To Tungstenia. I have to adjust myself because I need to rotate this map. Will it let me do it? No. Okay, so that's Hokkaido City. Shibuya is right here. One of these lines. Where are we? Here. There's Shibuya. Where are... I'm getting lost. It should come up. Because the fish market's here. It's a junior high school. Where's the fish market? Is that the fish market and it got destroyed? Yeah, that might have been the fish market. But where's then... Oh, I'm super lost now. So here's the park. This is the Emperor's house. Right? The Imperial Palace, yeah. Then this is the train station of Tokyo. Then this here should be the fucking really important street. Oh, Ginza. Sorry. Sorry, I'm looking for Ginza. So this is Ginza. Here it is. So then at the bottom of Ginza is the fish market, which might be that. So I walked all of that. There's the gardens. Then I walked into this and then Shibuya. I walked up to here. And then if this is this, then the Electric City is right here. Anagabara or whatever. Just to the right. Yeah, because when I was in Japan, this is to the north. So I did everything to the north. I was following these roads here. So this stupid map is proper, so I'm a little off. We're getting a little bit of a push here. Good. Yeah, and then I didn't go down to here, so I went this way. I walked through the Electric City, and I kept walking until it started to turn into rural. So I got about probably as far as here. Yeah, I would have known if I went over the river. So I walked like, it looks far, but it's like 5 kilometers. Yeah, it's about 5 kilometers. So I walked all the way there and walked all the way like you can do all of Tokyo in like a friggin' day. Like you'll miss a lot, obviously, because it's very dense. Like you walk 2 meters. Like this building here is 10 meters from here to here. So that's like 2 seconds of walking. So you'll miss a lot, but you'll also see a lot. You just go for a walk. I'm pretty sure I walked down this highway. Where's... there's Shibuya. There's the underpass of the bridge, the train bridge. There's some cool shit under this bridge here. So then I walked to the left. So I would have went down probably this road or this road until it hit... Oh, that's where the University of Tokyo is. Oh, fuck. I went real close to it. Oh, and there's Ueno. There's the pond. Oh, hey, I was at this pond. So I ran into this pond, so I must have went down this road. Oh, yeah, here we go. This road. And then I waddled into this. And then I stood on... Oh, here. And some dude was getting attacked by those cranes. He feeds them, and they all landed on him. But they're huge fucking birds. Oh, yeah, the reptile pavilion. Good thing I couldn't read the sign. Oh, there was a second part to this place. Oh, that's cool. So yeah, I stood here. And there is a food place here. Oh, there's the Family Mart. That's the one right there. Oh, fuck. I was so close to the university. It was just on the other side, and I didn't even know. Yeah, cool. Anyways, so yeah. I stayed in Ginza, and I walked into oblivion. And then I stayed in Ueno, underneath this train track somewhere. I think, judging by this, it was here. Somewhere here. But, yeah, it was near the train tracks. Anyways, that was a nice trip down. Oh, yeah, and the Ueno Zoo. I went there, too. It's not that big, but nonetheless, pretty cool. Yeah, memory lane. Yeah. And then I traveled from, this is Karen's, Karen's, Cooktown. So I traveled from Cooktown, and I went to, so I drove this this route over the course of a week or so. The one that's along the water. So 1,900 kilometers. So Or sorry, 1,900 kilometers. Yeah, but that was pretty cool. I wanted to see as much as I could of Australia. So, um, yeah, Port Douglas is where I was staying. So I landed in Cairns from Singapore, and then Port Douglas, and there's Kuya Beach, which is Port Douglas, Kuya Beach. That was where the girlfriend of the time lived. So actually, right here's the road in. This is Palm Street. Her house is this one. Yep, that's the house. Yeah, I recognize the backyard and the proximity to the neighbor. And that was 5 years ago. I can't believe I could still spot that house. Yep. And this is where I met a fucking crocodile. Holy shit. I was like, there's something in the water. And then I noticed the eyes come up, and I'm like, oh dear. And yeah, once they get on land, those things can fucking run. Anyways, so yeah, so we went north, and then I convinced the lady friend to just drive endlessly, nonstop. Well, and I helped drive, but I mean, we just did a long road trip, so that way I could see more of, we stopped in each town and all that. I'll eventually go and do like this, but it's a fucking 56-hour drive, and it's through either north or south wasteland kind of deal. And you don't want to do this drive because it's just your car gets destroyed. So anyways, 10 minutes left. Yeah. So it looks like, yeah, we're just going to level out at 10:22 or so, which is, maybe we'll get a last minute bump. But, yeah, but it's nice to be able to say, I can see on a map from here to here. I've traveled, a shit ton of kilometers. It was good. And then I am currently right here. Right there. That's where I'm located. And I travel frequently between here and here. Actually, my parents' house is Sharbert Lake, south. Parham, Wilkinson, Echo, Wagerville. This is the cottage. Lake is right here. That's my cottage. My parents' house would be right here, Chippewa. Yeah, I'm very good at geolocating. Years of military games. I could plan a whole battle just looking at a map. And geolocating, it's pretty easy. Like here, 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 here. I'm in this building right here. So I'm in the left side of Ottawa. Actually, here, I can zoom right into where I'm sitting. Right here. I'm sitting in this corner. Not bad. Yeah. And to think, entire generations have lived and died in, this square footage, never leaving. It's just crazy. I love Google Maps. And when are we going to get a fucking bridge? We need a bridge between Russia and Alaska. It's just asking for a bridge. Just get it done. I want that Hyperloop. Come on, Tesla. Musk. Such a good idea. Yeah. Or get the United Kingdom, to pony up something to Iceland, Greenland, then bring it through Canada so we can make lots of money. But the trade's from China, right? So you want to get the Chinese trade to America, and the Chinese want to get the trade to Europe, and America, the largest consumer. So get us a Hyperloop. Get a Snowpiercer train going here, perpetual motion engine. Yeah, let's get these lemons shimmied up. So, where is... I don't know my African middle countries too well. So the place that they're fighting looks like Mozambique. Yeah, it looks like it was on the eastern coast. So Mozambique is... Oh, that's why South Africa got involved. Probably just to deal with the border skirmishes. Yeah, good stuff.
Ah, that's where Nambia is. Nice. Is that called Skeleton? Coast Park? That's creepy. But it's desert wasteland. Alright, Mozambique. And Africa is huge. The distances between stuff is incredible. So where was all the piss fighting? Up here. And can't remember the name of the place, but judging by the map, this city was involved. The capital of Mozambique is Mozambique, so the fighting is Paleta, Palma, somewhere around here. Hmm. All right, last 3 minutes. Let's see if we can find Palma. No, not this. There's a church every 10 feet in fucking Europe. This is considered the Baltics? Oh, the Bariatic Islands. Okay. I misread that. I was like, that's not the Baltics. Yeah, this is your Baltics. Your Estonia. Ah, it was Belarus. That's where Canada has a bunch of troops. So Belarus and Ukraine doing training and stabilization. Yeah. Oh, and the good old severed countryside here. Judging, I'm guessing it the dotted line here. Yeah. And then the good old annexed Chimera against this dotted line. Wonder if there's any buildup on the border now. Yeah, it looks like they built a defensive wall. That's your border fence, I guess. And the road just randomly gets deleted. Something's wrong here. That's a checkpoint. That could be something, but the resolution's so shit. Housing. Farming. Okay, last 5 minutes. Yeah, hard to tell. Old Soviet style factories or buildings. Yeah, with the classic walls. That's a graveyard, maybe. Or this was a buildings that were reduced, so old walled off factory. The factory got destroyed. Very Russian style, or Eastern Europe. Just pick a patch of land that's nice and flat, build up something out of tons of bricks and concrete. Yeah, this looks like industrial. Oh yeah, and there's liquid storage, a working factory. So that could have been outbuildings of the factory at one time, and they all got moved in. So I'm guessing this is probably something to do with this. Like there's probably a pipeline. Sizable housing. So, ooh, that's kind of cool. The water is that even water? Like a mud lake? Yeah. I wonder what that is, what they're manufacturing there. If you can read Russian, you could probably tell me. Yeah, yeah, this wouldn't be boats couldn't get in here, so Your docking would be probably Servopool. This is your historical docks. And there's your Russian Navy. These are cruise missiles. I recognize this ship. I don't know its name, but I recognize this is one of the newer ships with the battery of cruise missiles on the front, and they got the little hammer and sickle. It's not ultra modern, but it's relatively new. Yeah, that's a replenishment ship. And these are I think this is the more modern destroyers, but that would say it's old. Got a stack. Interesting. Okay, last 2 minutes, and we might get a 1 second breakout. Or we need to get to 1028. Dredgers, supply ships. That one looks like it has weapons. This one may have weapons. Neat. That looks like a cruise ship. Or fishing, maybe. Because why would you have a cruise ship dock in such a funky area? Container ships, small container ships, medium. That looks like a cruise ship as well. But these look all like rusted and shit. So maybe there's ship breakers here, but why would you park them here if you got ship breakers? But maybe it's just optical because the camera's bad. Okay, we got 5 seconds. And we have a breakout. So we did get it. Yay! But it wasn't going to do anything. A long, boring day, but it's now behind us. So hopefully we see some aftermarket action. But I wouldn't put a lot of stock into it. Is there a bus stop here? Yeah, neat. Yeah, so anyways, yeah, so enjoy the rest of your day now that, this is all over. There's not much to do. And we'll hopefully have our breakout tomorrow because we've had a few days of flat, so we're overdue for a nice kick up. I think what's keeping us down is just the market uncertainty going on here. So once this market uncertainty kind of cleans up, we'll get our jump. So either way, we'll get our money sooner than later. All right, have a good one. Oh, sorry, TARDIS. Put much stock. No, I said I wouldn't put much stock in. I think a breakout overnight. It'd be nice if we could get some aftermarket action, but I don't think we're going to get it. Yeah. So aftermarket has huge swings. The bid's 24, ask is 23. Okay, so it's not big right now. So we're actually getting a sell-off in the after hours. But that doesn't mean much, if anything. Oh, actually, I think we figured out that this is wrong. We have to go back to this to see the bid and ask, which is here. Yeah, see the bid is 950 and the ask is 1057. So we can go up to 1054 or down to 950, depending. So the spread is huge in the aftermarket. Yeah, it's all good. I don't go to bed for another 6 hours, but thank you in advance. And we'll be back at this tomorrow for another day of. I think we'll just fly around and check out cool places like Boston and wherever. This is the airport, so I stayed here, cross over, take a left, and there's the airport. Okay, so there's the airport. Take a left, then this takes you down to the Haymarket Market, Boston Harbor. Yep. Brandy Pete's. Where's the Haymaker place? Is this it? No. Yeah. No. Oh, well, one of these buildings is the famous market, and then Cheers is right beside it. The whatever. But yeah, I walked all of Boston too. Pretty small. The Boston Harbor area. You can walk the whole thing from top to bottom in probably a couple of hours. But anyways, yeah, I'll let you guys go. I'm going to just fly around Google Maps for a bit more. But there's not much. Oh, there it is. Haymarket. There we go. So there's the market. Looks different on the ground, obviously. And then Cheers would be in one of these. Oh yeah, I recognize these. There's the 3 rows of the whatever marketplace. There's that weird ass building at the end. Yep. And there's the front with the circle. Yep. And then if we keep going, that's the docks. Yep. Okay. So my north is this way when I'm thinking of Boston, which means Cheers is to the left and to the right. So here, left to the right. Come on, where are you? Should be here. Okay. Maybe it went under with the pandemic. Okay, there's that one, but that's not it. There was one in the market. Seriously? It's that far out? I would have known if I walked that far. Maybe they moved. Yeah, that's not right. Yeah, I wouldn't have walked that far. Oh, the Familia Gorgios. Hey, I walked by that place. Yeah. It has a huge glass windows. Yeah. No, that's not it. Or maybe there's another one. But yeah, it's in the market area and it had a massive glass window and you just like look in and watch everybody eat and you're like, yeah, that's close enough. Yeah, over the bridge or this, right? There's some type of elevated pathway somewhere here. Yeah, you walk down the street, keep going, and then basically when you can't go anymore. No, okay, maybe this street. Then I hit the end of the street. Salem. Okay, here. Yeah, I walked down Salem to pretty much the end. And then I'm back at the Battery Street. Anyways, cool. All right, you guys have fun, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah.